Salutations. Hello. How's everybody doing? Welcome. Instrumental Transcommunication session. This is number 53. Attempting again. I can't say if this is real or not. I'm not going to tell you if it's real or not. It may all be a bunch of malarkey. It may be real though. You know, there's only one way to test that out is through experimentation. And you know, in my mind and my thoughts, there's really no wrong or right way to experiment. You know, the only wrong way in my book to experiment is gets you arrested, gets you killed, or makes you feel like a jerk. Well, yeah, how's everybody doing? I hope you had a good day, a good afternoon, a good evening, wherever you are right now, across the globe. Multiple countries, check me out. Thank you, everyone that's watching, and anyone that's in chat. Hello, welcome. I'm gonna check chat out in a bit. Just gonna talk here for a minute and get into some ghost boxing, swap back and forth. Yeah, just see what we do, see what I do, and I don't know. Just this is all on the fly. I never write any of this down. I never sit and try to think out what I'm gonna say. I've done it a couple times, tried to before the stream, and I end up just getting way too ahead of myself, and I think it's better to just go with the flow and see what happens. So who am I? YouTube name Rusty Reporter, obviously not my legal name. That would be a funny last name. But yeah, what am I doing here? I'm streaming live instrumental transcommunication. That is the attempts of trying to communicate with possibly spirit beings or some other unidentified being that may be intelligent. And we use different devices. These devices you can see on the screen. I tried to get my laser pointer going at the beginning. I guess I either burnt out all my batteries or burnt out my laser pointer. I was going to use it to point some of these out because as I'm doing this at the beginning, I just want to run down just for anybody that's new, anybody's joining, because we as a community as a whole, just the whole paranormal community in general, no matter what platform you use or what social network or what have you, just as a whole, I mean, we get new people all the time. We get people that find interesting things or have interesting things happen to them, and then, you know, what do? They pick up the internet, what everybody does these days, and they start searching and researching and trying to find out information about these odd things. And that's how I got to this point. It's just something odd. Not, you know, it's easily dismissible as something natural. What happened to me, because it's just a sound and it's just a one instant sound. So, but I associate myself with and have loved ones that believe 100%, and I can't discount these people. I appreciate their thoughts and opinions, and I've learned a lot from them. Learned a lot about myself too throughout this process. And so, yeah, what am I doing here? I am trying to speak with whatever these unseen forces are. What are they? I still can't tell you. Obviously, the common belief are spirits or ghosts, and possibly demons or angels or loved ones, or that's the common thread. There's other ideas about, you know, other species entirely, or entities not terrestrially born on this planet, possibly aka aliens. You know, I mean, there's a lot. I'm not going to list them all, but there's a lot that people come up with, and there's a lot that still are new. I've heard a couple new theories over the last couple months, and refined versions of other theories, polished, what have you. And who are we to say what part of any of it is. I mean, we still can't classically scientifically define us, our existence, how we got here, who we are, how we got to the shape. We have good ideas, and we have some evidence that can lead us down certain paths, but we still don't know. We don't know when we start speaking. That's a very interesting topic. When did we actually start formalizing this vocabulary that has propelled us past every other species and animal on this planet that is known, at least? You know, they're close ones, but in my opinion, humans are odd. We're an anomaly in itself compared to the rest of the wild. You know, you get somewhat of a pattern, somewhat of a, similarities throughout all of Mother Nature. And then all of a sudden humans, I mean, we have our similarities with apes, but I mean, there's a big difference between us and apes. Maybe we are related. They say in the DNA, chimpanzees is the closest. And then if you dive deeper into the chimpanzee race, there's the bonobo chimpanzee. And supposedly we are even more matched to that one than the average chimpanzee. So for whatever reason, we have the same makeup that created us, that brought us to this point in time and space as these quote unquote lesser beings that are somewhat related to us, or at least similar enough that through our science, we believe that we branched off of them through this process of creation, through this process of the universe, grinding its gears and creating just base things. And these base things they start to overlap and build on top of themselves. And it's just this constant process of expansion and building. And it was mentioned earlier, just like an echo. Things are echoes of other things. So it's very interesting. You can see an echo of wind in dust, or even in sand dunes. You can see the static of that echo of wind. You can kind of see, you can imagine like the shape of the wind blowing over and then creating that. I think humans and life in general is we're just echoes from whatever started this all. Call it just nature, or call it a theory like a Big Bang theory, or a religious theory like a creator. I tend to think it's just nature. It's just how it is. It's just nature. It's part of this. We're just part of this machine that creates novelty. And this novelty is building on top of each other constantly, at least seemingly in our reality. And I think that's why time seems like it is going faster, at least to me. I think it's a common idea or thought that as you get older, time does go faster, but it seems like now these times are going real fast. I think that's the connectivity and just the blast of information that we get on a daily basis. I mean, the amount of information that can be absorbed on a daily basis compared to 10, 15 years ago, especially like 20, 25 years ago, just amazing how fast information passes from one person to another these days. And I read somewhere that that's the next step to becoming a more advanced species. Physicists have a scale where it's what sort of power source that a civilization can either utilize or create. And we're on the 0 scale. I think 1 is solar, like to be able to control the power of your solar system. And then I think civilization grade 2 is a galaxy. And then I think 3 is like, yeah, I can't remember. You got to look all that stuff. But yeah, they have this interesting grading system. And I guess we're teetering on getting into that next grade. And this interconnectivity through the web is what's bringing us to that. Is time moving faster? I don't know. It seems like physically it is not, actually. Because if you look at the common 50-year-old compared to the common 50-year-old 25, 30 years ago, I think there's a big difference in the way people appear in their 40s and 50s. My parents themselves are in their 60s, their early 60s, and my dad's hair is starting to turn gray. My mom, she dyes her hair, so it's not gray, but I don't know. Maybe it turned gray 10 years ago. I don't know. She always dyes her hair, so. But I mean, they don't. To me, in my remembrance of my grandparents in their 50s and 60s. My parents look a lot younger. And I think I do too. My family in general, my sister, my cousin. And I think that's just something common. It's weird. But at the same token, we're kind of, we're getting way too into it. So what am I going to do? I'm going to be using these devices that you can see here. I got this whole different array. These are called ghost boxes or spirit boxes. They're essentially sweeping radios. Different devices use different techniques. The majority of mine that I have 4 right now. I have this Memorex 2X Extreme that actually, you have to hack it. You just clip a wire or two. I can't remember what you got to do, but you got to take it apart and take the motherboard side apart. So it is a little bit different than, say, the COS. COS is easy to hack. But then you just push down the button and it sweeps. The COS, you can hack and do the same thing. Hold down the button, though. I have to use a chip clip. The PSP7 is different than these 3 other ones. These 3 other ones are similar. The Sony, the COS, and the Memorex are all just basic sweeping radios. They're designed to be portable radios. And basically, no, the Sony itself, you can just hold it down and it sweeps on itself without any sort of a beeping noise. The reason you have to hack the other ones is by default, they have a beeping noise when you hold down the sweeping button. So hacking it eliminates that and allows you just to access the white noise in between. But there's a little bit of a squelch, just a teeny bit of a squelch. It can be a little annoying if you focus on it too much. But the PSP7 in the middle there on the top, right, is right here. That is the classic. That's kind of the one that I think, at least in my understanding of my own research, kind of put the whole idea of ghost boxes on the map through national television, obviously. I don't know if Ghost Hunters used it before Ghost Adventures, but obviously everybody knows, if anybody watches this, I'm not super into any of them. I'm not hooked up with any of them, so I'm not promoting any of them, but this is just fact that I've seen. That it was a live special, and I believe Ghost Adventures live special, I can't remember what season, maybe season 1, is when they first introduced the PSP7. It was interesting. And so years later, now it's pretty common, pretty well known in the paranormal study field, and some people believe it yields results. It puts out words, and sometimes these words can seem intelligent, and some of my, in my opinion, best sounding, possibly intelligent responsive actually came out of the PSP7. The reason maybe behind that is it's not spitting out words nearly as much as the COS, the Sony, or the Memorex, because those are just sweeping radio. Well, I mean, the PSP7 does sweep radio as well, but it has a retractable antenna, so it seems like you can adjust the reception. And yeah, there's other devices. As you see here on the bottom, I think it's opposite. So no, I think it's bottom left-hand corner for you guys too. Yeah, bottom left-hand. It's bottom right-hand corner actually. Yeah. This is the Olympus 821, W821, I believe. Yeah, W821 digital voice recorder. I've used it a bunch. I can't say I've yielded any results from that as of yet, but I haven't honestly sat down and examined it thoroughly, and I still need to do that. I really wish I could hit the lottery one of these days and just not have to worry about busting my hump 5 days a week, and then I'd have more time to do all this. But yeah, I have somewhat of a setup you can see here. It's a little altar, kind of quasi semi-altar that I've designed over this time, and I change it up basically every time. It's the same props, but I switch it up. Oh, as you can see in the back there, the back right, I added the old ghost meter. It does detect EMF. As I can tell, it works just as good as the K2. But yeah, I realized it had that clear backing, so I thought it would look cool in front of a light. And so yeah, throughout this process, I'm gonna spend the next few hours probably and attempt to try to communicate with something. I've been talking to them for a little bit, letting them know. I've been having this weird light flicker happen off and on for like the last 3 days or so. And I just kind of assumed it was, well, I still assume it's just the light bulb itself, but it's just odd. Earlier today it was doing it, and I asked it if it would just chill, and I'm going to try to talk to it later. And it stopped like a few seconds after that. Not instantly, but it stopped a few seconds after that. And then it didn't flicker at all for at least 20 minutes. And I was watching on TV. Whatever was on TV says, "I'm back." and the light starts flickering right after they said it. It was interesting. That was way interesting. I asked them to stop again, and they stopped. So I don't know. Maybe it is something, but I don't know. Chances are it's a light bulb. But it's odd. Since before the session, it was about 15 minutes before the session, I got the last flicker. There's a bunch of flickering too. It was an odd flicker. I don't think I've ever seen the lights flicker like that on this light bulb. But yeah, I asked it to stop, and it hasn't flickered yet. So if you start to see flickering, that's the light bulb doing something weird. And if it starts again, I'm gonna try to communicate with it, like if it's a K2 meter, where you can get it to light up sometimes, and it seemingly may respond to you with the 1 or 2 or multiple light ups, or if you ask it to light it up to red or something. If the lights start flickering, I'm gonna try to do that. Just to see. Figured what the hell. So what happened? What is this process? So we are through applications for the computer, which generally use sound banks. Some don't. We'll get into that later. Or these physical ghost boxes, like I just pointed out. We think that possibly, I don't say we because I can't say for sure me as well, but it is thought that possibly these entities can somehow, some way or another, either the sound going into the speaker or the radio wave going into the radio, can somehow possibly manipulate these sounds and either create brand new sounds or pick certain sounds or push them. Honestly, I don't know. It's a tricky thing because in theory, scientifically, it should just be debunked instantly as just radio, and that's all you're getting, nothing else. But where the oddity and the anomaly comes in is you catch weird responses. You catch weird time responses. You catch responses that are spot on to something you may be asking. Sometimes instantly, sometimes a minute or two, sometimes an hour later. You just never know. And these similarities, these coincidences are just odd. I've done this 53 times, multiple devices, physical devices, multiple computer applications, and now some utilizing tablets now, I should say. As of recently, as of my last 3 or 4 streams, I just get odd things. I get things that say weird things. Now, are they ghosts? I can't tell you. I have not been touched. I have not seen these things. I have not heard them other than these devices possibly saying my name or saying things that I'm asking them to try to say. And so because I have not had those other major events happen to me, I can't fully say these are something is actually here, and something this something may be a ghost, or maybe a shadow person, or it may be somebody from the future, or it may be, you name it. I can't tell you that yet. And even if I do see something and I think it's a spirit, I probably won't say like that's a spirit for sure, because I still probably would just be like, man, what is that? Is that an actual spirit? I mean, if I saw, let's say, my grandfather just appear right in front of me, that would be absolutely mind-blowing, and I would have to think that he's a spirit, right? Maybe not. I mean, there's thoughts of demons or some other powerful being or entity can manipulate our thoughts or manipulate the environment or reality itself. Who knows? I mean, we are, after all, in some sort of bubble being hurled through outer space. And other than that, we're starting to figure out stuff on the surface. We don't know what's going on all out there in that crazy blackness that's just seemingly endless. What? It just blows my mind. It blows my mind that how easily I forget about that, and then when I get astonished by that, it's funny because we get conditioned, and we're like, yeah, outer space, yeah. It's like when you really sit down, I can only imagine if I was to take hallucinogenics now. I have not had a hallucinogenic experience for 20 plus years, and if I had one now, after all the stuff that I've been, especially now in the last year, all the stuff that I've read over the years and found and discussed and watched and listened to, yeah, have a psychedelic experience now. I don't think I could handle it, to be honest. Yeah, I think I'm never gonna touch that stuff again. But you never know. You never say never. You never say never, because you never know on anything. And so what else do we got here? Okay, on top of the mirror, the bottom here is that K2, the famous K2 meter. It essentially was designed for engineers and electricians to detect electromagnetism and radio waves within households when doing surveys, opinions, building, what have you. Somehow it got adopted through the paranormal field, and the belief that these entities are comprised of some sort of electromagnetism somehow spawned. I don't know where that originated from. That would be an interesting topic to look into. I can't. It's like I can't put my arm down, so I have to hold it up. That's a little better. And yeah, this is another one that got showed on TV and blew up. And because I honestly believe because of network television, it became thought of as one of the better and well-known devices in this field. So essentially what it does is it has a single access detection device in the back here, goes right along the back. I actually think it's just like a node, actually like an LCD. I can't remember, but you can take this part off. And anyway, yeah, it's looking around. It can detect in the front and in the up on the top, but in front of it is actually the most sensitive. I don't think I have anything around here. Well, here I can show you on this. My friend Steve from Southwest Ghost made for me. And yeah, so you can see this is an electromagnetic pump, an EMF pump, and you can actually see it register on the device. And so in theory, this may, if you see this lighting up and this is off, that may be a spirit. Maybe not. It could be a myriad of all sorts of other things, in my opinion. I think just to immediately, I mean, yes, it could be spirits. Honestly, I mean, that's been the common thought for centuries now. But I still think that the world is so fantastical, at least to me. The more I learn, maybe it's just getting older and I'm getting old and I don't know, but the more I learn, the more amazing reality really is. And I know mood has a lot to do with it. When you're in a bad mood, like when I'm in a bad mood, I tend to just be like about everything. So I really wish I could I need to get back into meditation and just find that balance. So anyway, through these devices, it's believed that we can maybe communicate or possibly detect whatever these things are, whatever these unseen entities are. And that's what we're going to do tonight. So I'm going to be jumping in with physical ghost box first, warm it up with that, and go for a little bit. And then I'm going to jump into the EchoVox later. I just remembered what I was going to do after or before the EchoVox. There may be something in between the EchoVox and what I'm about to say, but I just got the DarkVox. Well, I actually got it a long time ago. I got the DarkVox back when I was doing the BlueStacks deal a bunch more on my streams, and I got it to work once on the PC, and I couldn't get it to work again after that. And I tried it over and over, and I don't know. Maybe I'm an idiot, and I just couldn't figure it out. Well, anyway, I went to go see about purchasing it again on my tablet, and I forgot that I already bought it, and so I just had to re-download it. So I have the DarkVox, and I was listening to it earlier, and it's very interesting. Mode A or Bank A is a few different books from the Bible in reverse, all in reverse, and then Mode B or Bank B is the Book of Revelations, I believe. It's either Genesis or the Revelations. So that's very cool. I have not experimented with that at all. So I really want to use the DarkVox, and I really want to use the EchoVox. And I want to, throughout my process of using EchoVox, I want to try to explain it a little bit, because I'm learning more and more about it. And the more I learn about it, the more fascinated, interested I am in it, actually. I kind of blew it off at first when I first got it. And I already had the EchoVox R, but I couldn't get it properly again on the BlueStacks to work. I think it deals with proximity and speaker, because that's what it is with the tablet anyway. And I think it was just because I was new and I didn't understand how to use it at all. But I haven't used BlueStacks in a while now, but because I've been using the tablet. But essentially, yeah, I kind of pushed it to the side until I got the tablet, Well, I got the tablet and I decided to download EchoVox. Anyway, long story short is I had the EVR on my tablet and I used the EVR. And after I've used that a handful of times, man, and I started learning more about it, then I started going back to the EchoVox and I started using the EchoVox more and I started learning more about the EchoVox. Anyway, long story short, I'm not going to tell you which ones are great and which ones work or which ones are guaranteed. And honestly, I don't like the paid ones at all. I really wish they wouldn't charge for any of this, but there is an interesting kind of flip side argument to it. But it's kind of, I think kids are going to get it anyway. But supposedly, it's like some of these more expensive ones are designed like that to maybe keep this out of young children's hands, like some random 5-year-old that might just have a little tablet and download it. You know, they might not be able to download it all if they have to pay for it. So, I mean, that is an interesting kind of argument to why some of these may be paid. But then again, then you look at it and you see that they have cheap ones too. So I don't know. I really don't know. I can't tell you if any of these work. All I can tell you is if I find them interesting or not. And through learning the processes of each one, I find the EchoVox system just one of the more interesting ones. I really honestly kind of believe it's more for the advanced user when it comes to ITC research. And I thank the developer for that, because it's just coincidental timing that I have been getting kind of burnt out on this. And I'm kind of getting a second wind now, discovering this whole new field of echo and reverb and real-time EVP research. Because that's what EchoVox really boils down to, is a real-time EVP device, RT-EVP. So yeah, we'll get into that once I get to the EchoVox. I want to kind of explain it a little bit more, not only for people watching, if they're interested or not, but mainly also for myself to ingrain it into my memory banks by going over it while it's still fresh. And it's also then later on rewatch. I can watch this stuff later. I've been trying to rewatch a lot of this. I haven't honestly been sitting down with like pen and paper and doing proper research. I just find it fascinating, right? I guess I'm still in that bewildered state. I was using this word quite a bit a few streams back, of just discombobulated. I really kind of feel like I'm a little more lost than I ever was before. But I'm discovering new pathways to explore and new avenues to research and new thoughts and new ideas. And so I think I pretty much covered everything. Hello, everyone in chat. I'll be talking with you guys in a bit. I will not neglect you tonight. I'm going to get the ghost box running, and then I'm going to check out chat. And I'm also, don't fret about this camera angle. It's not going to be the only one. There's going to be multiple camera angles. I haven't quite gotten my new cameras yet. In fact, I haven't got them at all. But so anyone that's accustomed to my streams, you're going to see a few different angles, because I have 2 cameras, one crappy and one okay, and I just move them around. Anyway, you're going to see my face too throughout this process. So do not fret. You'll see my ugly mug in a bit. I'm going to try to be more interactive tonight, and but still keep the research. I don't know. I need to find that good balance. Well, anyway, here we go. So I'm going to start off, I believe tonight, with the Sony. I'm going to try the Sony. I haven't used it a ton, and I would like to test it out a little bit more. Now, this is an interesting one too. The Sony comes basically unhacked. You don't have to open it up, and it sweeps without any sort of that default beeping noise. The only catch is you have to hold the button down. So I have these really tiny chip clips, and they work really good for holding down those certain devices that you need it to. The yellow COS up there, you need to do that with. The Memorex 2 Extreme, you don't. That is actually pretty cool that you do not need to use that. You just push the button and it starts sweeping on its own. But that one you have to hack. And that one's actually a little bit more of a pain in the butt, because you have to take apart the shell, and then you have to remove part of the motherboard just a little to get at this area. And then the area itself is a little precarious, to say the least. You could definitely screw something up if you're not careful. And so with the Sony here, with this Sony, you do not have to do any of that. The sweep is down here. You just have to hold it down. You can hold it down with your finger, or you can hold it down with the clips, like I said. But what's interesting about this one that's different than both those other ones, as far as I can tell, is it has this WB button. I don't know if you can see that, but it stands for weather band. And it has a weather band sweeping capability. I haven't tried it out at all. Maybe I'll try it on this one. I don't know. I haven't tried it out at all, but we're just going to sweep in FM. And I believe it's down, so it'll probably be reverse if you're familiar with SB7. And I'm going to hear what we see what we hear what we see, and see what we hear. So I hope everybody's had a good evening. Middle of the week. If you do the normal 9 to 5 and this is your hump day, congratulations. You're through it. For me, Thursdays are always like Fridays, just about. Like, you just, once you get through Thursday or into Thursday, you're just like, yeah, I always just think one more night. Like, this dude in my work, he's like, yeah, 2 more nights. I'm like, dude, just say one more night, because even though we're working right now, it's like, this night's over. Just don't count it. So funny. All right, so I just got to disable my JBL. I'm using a JBL Flip Bluetooth portable speaker. It's pretty handy. I like it. It's a good speaker. A little more rich sounding than the typical like Alltech or any of the kind of just cheaper. I have another one. I need to get it out. I have actually another one I totally forgot about. I could maybe run like 2 ghost boxes at once. That'd be interesting. Okay. So Sony. I can't remember what. Oh, here it is. It's the Sony Weather Walkman, FM AM Walkman, SRF M37W. If you're interested on the model number, takes 2. Oh, it only takes 1 AAA. That's another nice thing about this little baby. It only takes 1. That's nice. All right. I'm establishing. Here, let me turn this down a second. I'm establishing chip clip connection. And here we go. So I've been talking, like I said earlier, because I had just that interesting light flicker, and I do that anyway. Before I start these things, I try to just let anything know, like, hey, here's the drill. You know it. If you're familiar, let's get ready. If not, and I try to just explain it briefly. And I'm trying not to treat these, whatever they are, like they're idiots. I find that it's interesting that we do kind of tend to talk to them like they're children, or you know what I mean? Like if you're picking up what I'm putting down on that. And I do find that interesting. I do kind of, it's like, oh, what color do you like? Yeah, you get what I'm saying though. But yeah, we'll just let this sweep for a minute, guys. So my friends, my spirit friends, anybody around me, come and check this out. It's the Sony, this gray little device in my hand. We think you may be able to somehow enter it, manipulate these devices, use your energy to some degree, or enter the speaker as the words are coming out. We don't know how exactly you're manipulating this, but we think you may be able to speak with us through this. And so throughout this process, I'm going to try to ask you questions, and then I'll wait some time after each question and just see if we can get some sort of response. So with all of that said, my name's Rusty, and I'd really like to communicate with anybody else around me, any portals, doors, or gateways. If they need my permission to be opened, I gave you my permission. Permission granted, please. I welcome you. I'm trying to communicate with you. Whoever you are, I will accept all individuals, good or bad. I feel that even the most evil of things still have logic, and logic is a hard thing to argue with. And if you'd like to just come and logically discuss things with me, I would love to do that as well. If you want to try to possess me and do all the other quote unquote bad things that things can be done to people, go ahead, please. I would like to document this. That's why I'm recording this. That's why I'm airing this. That's why I have friends that are watching this right now and they're listening to what is going on. So with all that said, by the way, you're being recorded and shown to the world. Now, obviously the world is not seeing us, but a number of people, at least 100 people, are going to eventually see this. So if you would like to try to communicate with us, we're trying to communicate with you. So I'm going to run this device for a minute or two and let you get accustomed to it and just see if you can try to speak into it. See if you can try to utilize it, figure out how to use it. And I have patience and I have plenty of time. I don't got to work for a while more. So thank you. With all that said, I would like to respectively and honorably speak with you. So away we go. All right, guys, here we go. Go ahead and try to get used to it.
Cameron.
Thank you, Cameron. I heard that. Anybody else? Go ahead and try to speak. Just get used to it. Don't worry about questions or answers. Just try to speak through it right now. Give you a couple minutes. I'll just sit back. I'll sit back and be quiet. Go ahead.
There. But then, again, and what you're doing. What?
I'm gonna check out chat. See how you guys are doing. Hello, hello. Whoa, that was a weird one. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody watching. How's everybody doing tonight? I see you in there. Hello, each and every one of you. I hope everybody's having a good day, good afternoon, good evening. Hello, everybody in the future. Past Rusty says hello and thank you for watching. Everybody current right now watching, thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, we'll just see what happens over the next few hours. I mean, you guys know the drill. Here we go. Instrumental Transcommunication stream number 53. Try to go ahead and just utilize this, guys.
Jim's talking about
There's like a weird, I don't even know what you call that noise. That's weird. I've heard it twice now.
That's it. I'm
So throughout this process, I'm going to try to ask you your name. If you've been here before, you know the process. You can go ahead and try to say it off the bat if you want.
it.
Yeah, I haven't used this in a while. It's similar to the cost, but then different. It has a different sound.
Colette. I don't know.
Colette? Sound like Colette. Any names? Go ahead and just try to say some names. Did sound like a Colette. Colette, that's a female name, isn't it? Colette.
Some people have their pain.
That's an interesting one. That longer one that just went through, because it 1,000. It's just short of 2 seconds that it stays on a whole channel, so or less. That was crazy. That went through multiple channels. Well, I hope everybody's doing good tonight. I'm doing all right. I'm just trying to communicate with you, trying to figure this out the best I can, best of my ability. How are you guys doing tonight? Okay, that was a really interesting one. I didn't quite make it out. Well, I hope whoever you are, you're unseen to me. I cannot define in my reality what you are. So whoever you are, thank you for trying to communicate with me. I do appreciate it.
In the room.
Astral, maybe. I'll just say things that I may hear. I can't guarantee what they are. I mean, sometimes you hear clear things, obviously, but I can't guarantee anything. All right, well, guys, have you figured out how to communicate with me? Are you starting to figure this out? Well, thank you. How did you get here? Was it from me trying to say, hey, come talk to me? Is that how you just found me instantly? So I can imagine that it is like a gateway. Is it some sort of gateway that I did open by saying, please, I invite you in? If it is, please say yes.
Tested.
Aubrey, is that you already?
Guides.
I mean, I could turn on that ghost meter. I really should. I haven't used it but once or twice. Oh, look at that. I didn't have battery. Doesn't matter. Good. I didn't want to use you anyway. So through this process, whoever is around me, I cannot physically see you, or I cannot see you with my own eyes. So I'm trying to communicate with you verbally. Tell me about yourself. Can you tell me what it's like to be you, or who you are?
But after the into the night, you have to be at your body.
What's up, DJ? Hey, buddy, don't worry about it, man. Dude, it's the same reason why you'll never hear me say like and subscribe, dude. I don't. You guys watch it when you want to watch it. You know, it's all good. I'm not expecting anything out of this. I'm just using my knowledge of YouTube to display my information. And that's it. I've had channels in the past where I was all about it and like begging people to subscribe and like me. But I don't do that anymore, man. This is all natural. I'm going commando on this, baby. We just started, DJ. I talked for like 20 minutes, half an hour, so yeah, you timed that good. Who is that? Aubrey, can I please pretend that's you? You do have kind of a sexy voice there. Aubrey, if that's you, say Aubrey through this device, please. Oh, and by the way, that on the whole like and subscribe thing, that's just my opinion. I don't look down on people, even though I said beg. I don't look down on people. Whatever they're doing, as long as they, whatever they're doing, here, I gotta mute this first. When it comes down to reality, online, YouTube, real life, whatever, what anybody does, I don't care what they do in general, and I do not look down on them, and I do not judge them until they get into my business and they try to do things to me or they force their opinion onto me. Then I really start to lose respect, and I find it hard to, anyway, long story short, I try to stay cool. Try to stay cool as ass. But anyway, going back to the ghost fire. All right. So I just want to wrap that up. I'm not looking down on anybody that does say like and subscribe, because I know what it's like to really be into this. I've had a couple of video game channels that, man, I had the inspiration, I had the energy, I had the drive, I was ready to go at them. So I know what it's like to like want to get your channel up and running and stuff. But through my experience, if you want to do this and you just want to get, like, no matter what, if you put something out there, if you put whatever on some sort of a steady supply of product, whatever you want to call it, out onto the web, you're just going to gain, unless it's complete and utter crud. But all I'm doing is experimenting. All I'm doing is just streaming now the stuff I was doing prior. But yeah, anyway, long story short, I just don't want to sound like a complete and utter arrogant jerk, because at the end of the day, as long as people aren't getting in my business, it doesn't matter what their business. They can do whatever, as long as they ain't messing with me or anybody I love, basically. So yeah. Ain't that right, spirit friends?
Sometimes
Aubrey, I want to hear Aubrey's name. Hey guys, so we're going to take the next couple minutes to try to either hear Aubrey. Aubrey, if you're here with me, please try to communicate with this. I want to hear your name, or try to say my name, Rusty, back to me. And the reason I ask this is it's a way I can try to confirm communication, or at least possibly confirm it, at least steer me towards away from just talking to random radio, and that's something that I cannot see might be in front of me. So try now for the next couple minutes just to say Aubrey, if you're here, Aubrey, please, or Rusty. Thank you.
Yes, culture. What?
There's emails that come out too. Yeah, Brofist all around. You guys are awesome. Everybody's awesome.
Say this too. I think you're gonna like it.
There's some weird sounding ones coming out of this right now. This is the Sony portable radio that I have to hold down the sweep with a chip clip.
300%. Okay, if it.
See, that's interesting. That's got to be just people talking on part of the radio. But it's interesting how it takes up like a bunch of the air. Truce kind of sound like. Let's just pick a mix. And if you cannot do that, I am not disappointed and I'm not angry, okay? Just to let you know. If you cannot do what I'm asking, it's okay.
Reward. Then when you
Learn more.
So I really want to try that DarkVox, but we're going to just do it for like another 15 minutes or so, and then we're going to jump into the DarkVox. I really want to test that out on a stream now that I got it working. It's really cool sounding, and I love it how it's reverse word bank for word bank A. I think that's so cool. Reverse biblical text.
in terms of there's no
Enter?
you can
Come, please, enter. Enter. Anyone. All around.
it's nothing. It's zero. Those homes is zero.
See, I don't know if we're catching anything tonight for sure. There's some interesting ones, but I can't say for sure as of right now. So maybe EVP is coming through this. Maybe that's stuff we hear is live EVP as well. I don't know. Real time? I don't know.
But allow him if from
Whatever that's hitting that has the lady voices, it's saying some interesting things at least.
or
I'm pretty sure that's radio though. Pretty convinced. Oh, that sounds like someone just went, psst. Hey, what's up? Did you just psst me? I'm here. I'm trying to listen to you through this device. Come and try to speak through this black speaker or this gray device over by my hand.
on the edges. These ones.
Did I hear furnace? I was kind of zoning out. That was an interesting word to say. Furnace. All right, so we're throughout this night, tonight, and into the morning. I'm going to be trying to communicate with you guys. So if you're not successful right now, please do not get frustrated. I say this every time. Don't feel frustration. I mean, I would imagine you have patience. I can only imagine that. I mean, who knows? Maybe you've been around for hundreds of years. One would imagine you develop patience if you're sentient, if you're intelligent and aware of yourself, and have things as emotion, feelings,
Also
perception. Can you tell me, do devices like the black box that use biblical text for words, for their word bank, even though it's a word bank with the EchoVox, it chops it up so crazy that it shouldn't be words. So when you hear words come out of these devices, it's very odd. But the I'll get into that. I'll get into how the differences between DarkVox and EchoVox is once I start using it, because it is different. So I'm trying to gather around anybody that wants to try to communicate with me, please. Any individual. I don't know what I need to do. I don't know if I need to act a fool and just say really silly things. I don't know if I need to get mean and try to provoke you, as some like to do. I don't know. I just tend to be myself and just try to talk to you. Are you enjoying this form of communication? If so, can I hear a yes? Please?
There's been a difficult thing.
How about a number? Can you tell me how many of you are around me through this device?
If it's clean, just put it on.
All right. You see, there's always a warm-up time. There's always a warm-up time, it feels like. So we'll just use this as our warm-up. Try to get things going. And then we'll jump into a different device here. A new one that I haven't used on stream. And I haven't actually used in any sort of communication attempt. The first time I ever used it, I only was just listening to it, really. I'll explain that in a bit. So before I end this, I just am looking for a couple of words to possibly pop out of this. I'm looking for either my name, Rusty, or my spiritual girlfriend's name, Aubrey. You're beautiful, Aubrey, by the way. And a number. Let's go with that number for the third thing. Just a number of how many of you are around us. Can we try to hear any of those responses, please? Go ahead. I'm just going to give you a few minutes.
Through back. Okay, send it. Boundary. It's right. Hey, put it down. Fine. Including you can speak for me and tell nobody.
Confident wizard.
Well, I thank you. So go ahead and, I might have missed it. Go ahead and keep trying to say whatever I asked you to, okay? Or just go ahead and say whatever you'd like now, because we're going to end this part of the session, the warm-up, and jump into the DarkVox here in just a few minutes. So take this time to try to say anything you like, and try to say my name, or Aubrey, if you're here. Please say your name, girl.
Notified. Notified. Opposite.
Higher. Can you help with Mr. B?
Chill. Yeah. French burger. Sweet.
All right. Well, thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see. So yeah, that is the Sony SRF M37W. That's the version I use. I think there's actually a couple versions. If you wonder what I'm doing here, I'm just setting up the camera for a different angle. Yeah, I believe there's a couple versions, but I'm not 100% on that. There's a few. I mean, generally, if you just go to your favorite search engine and just type in instrumental transcommunication devices, there's definitely a handful of hackable and non-hackable, as in the Sony as well, to what can utilize this possible phenomenon of being able to speak to whatever these unseen entities are. And, you know, did I just speak with ghosts right there? I still can't tell you one way or another. I can't tell you. I want to be able to. I didn't really hear anything that sounded like intelligent responses. But then again, I kind of wasn't focusing there at the end. So that's why I record these. So they're here for prosperity and review and analysis on a later date. So show you guys what's up. Don't have a lot of room. Don't want to be like super close up. Hello. It's a kind of weird angle. Oh, yeah, that's not too bad. Okay, so essentially the the DarkVox is made by the same guy that created the EchoVox, but it's different than the EchoVox in the sense that it doesn't actually record live, because that's one of the big differences with the EVR, the EchoVox System R, and the EchoVox itself, is it's recording and creating this like live soup bank for these possible EVPs to somehow utilize these phonetics in weird ways, because at least according to him, I've been watching his videos, and according to him, he's had this thing analyzed supposedly extensively, decompiled and all that stuff. So, and he claims that if you can prove that it is fake and it does not work at all, he'll take it off the market. I found that pretty interesting to say that. That's a bold statement. But the DarkVox is, oh yeah, I wanted to pull this up. Well, like I said, it essentially, I wanted to read it verbatim, but it uses a biblical word bank. It uses a certain number of books. I think it's like 4 or 5 books, all played in reverse on bank A, and then bank B is Revelation forward. And I need to just connect this now to my Bluetooth. So I haven't used this one on a stream. It's going to be interesting to listen to. So I can hold it. I don't have to worry about proximity and stuff because it's not recording me and looping out the sound. See, I'll get to it with the EchoVox because it is pretty cool, the stuff I've learned about it. And I find it more interesting now over the last few days of trying to read anything and watch anything and other people's opinions on it and stuff. And so by default, it goes real fast. Sounds like this, default. So what this is doing, according to people that have taken this apart, is there isn't any words in this. It is words that are chopped up to this process and decompiled and compressed and done all this different algorithm nonsense that I know nothing about. And supposedly this has no words. And so when we hear words out of this, it's interesting, to say the least. Now, this isn't recording real-time EVP. So this is more along the lines of an old-fashioned, what I've been using more of a Ghostbox, just the typical Ghostbox app where you're utilizing some sort of word bank and they can maybe manipulate those phonetics. It's not guaranteed. I honestly don't know. So I'm going to slow these down quite a bit. What's cool about the DarkVox is it adds the EchoVox reverb and the reverb settings and also the echo, I guess, but it doesn't record. That's the main difference, I guess. I really don't know, but I'm going to do the echo. Honestly, I don't know as much about this one. I just wanted to get on brand new and test it. I think the less knowledge at the beginning is interesting because then you're just kind of feeling it out. Basically, every app I've tried, I've done it live for the most part. I think the AppyDroid and the XTS were the only ones that I experimented offline first. Everything else, I'm pretty sure I tested live on one of these streams first. And I kind of like doing it like that. All right, so this is with the speed slowed all the way down. Oh, hello? There we go. A lot slower. And this is also it has 4 channels of sounds, and this is with them all on. You can adjust them, turn them off and on, just like the EchoVox. So I kind of like adjusting, changing, kind of just mixing them up. And now I'm going to turn on the reverb. I'm going to start the echo. I'm going to slow down the echo delay to 367 milliseconds. So if this has an echo, then it must be recording it. Yo, it does. It has a mic input gain. Here we go. It's just not actually, I don't know. It must be doing the same thing as the EchoVox. Then I need to read. See, I don't know this one as well as the EchoVox, obviously. Hello? I like how this one sounds. Let's see how everybody's doing in chat. So this is the DarkVox. So this does capture real-time EVP then if it has a mic. So guys, try, here, I'm gonna put this down then. Try to communicate through it. I'm sorry. Okay, so if this is doing what the EchoVox does, then let me explain it. It must, if it has all the same settings. I gotta set up the camera different. All right, guys, thank you. This device sounds really cool. I really like how it sounds. Something different. Hello. So I don't have a compass device. I thought I had a compass device, but I don't. This spins default when I don't. All right, thank you. All right, so let me explain this a bit. I got to turn off the echo. So, oh, I know it doesn't record because there's no options to play back. So that's the only difference. Okay. All right. So check this out. This is really interesting, actually. So imagine just, well, my speaker's up here, but just imagine this is a phone. And imagine your earpiece is up here and your speaker's down here. Just imagine this is a big phone, right? So what this is doing is in real time, it's recording through the speaker, and then it goes through this buffer, and then an algorithm of what the disk is, what the microphone, the earpiece itself is recording, and supposedly writing down, if there's any EVP capture, writing down EVP onto this disk, and then that will come out through the sound. Now, what's interesting about the sound is the whole looping and echo process is, let's say it makes a certain, just one sound, like a buh. That buh gets shot out of the earpiece and is floating through this area, whatever this environment in between. Okay, and this is just for this. Like, imagine this is a phone. It's different in my sense because I have the speaker over here, but it's all the same idea, so it all works. But this is just for this example to demonstrate what this is actually doing. Okay, so that buh from the sound bank gets spit out fresh, okay, and it comes out and it's in this air here, right? Now this is where the actual mic then comes in, and it captures, while this is in the air, again, that word, that phonetic, gets put back into the system and goes through the process again. But as it's doing that, other sounds are getting popped out into the air, into the environment right here. And it depends on the delay you use for the echo. But what happens is these phonetics, as they're getting shot through the air with the delay, they combine and get pushed back into here and then come back again. And you get these different combinations of phonetics that start spitting out. So according to him, it's completely 100% random. That's what he wants, is to try to make this as random as possible. That's why he gives you all the choices to be able to adjust the speed and do things. This doesn't have the blender mode, but as with the EchoVox, the blender mode to mix up the sound banks. And this is a lot cheaper version. This one's only $6.66. So I wonder what it is then in it must not, on the European market, it's not as catchy because it's like, it's whatever, $5 and $5 even or something. Yeah, I think we're $1.50, $1.60 to the pound, something like that. Yeah, so when these phonetics are going through here, it is theorized, for whatever reason, somehow these entities or whatever it is can either manipulate these sounds while they're floating from the earpiece down into the microphone to be captured in that echo loop, or they're manipulating them somehow in the microphone as they're entering, or they're manipulating somehow through the process of the buffering, and they're writing it to the disk that comes back out as an actual word. Because when you hear real words, supposedly they're quote unquote possibly EVP, because you shouldn't be hearing real words through this process. The words are chopped up and so crazy, and through the looping process, you're creating new sounds of these phonetics that are getting souped into the air. When it's in this area right here, it's crazy. And through that process, it's either getting captured, like I said, in the environment, possibly, or in the actual speaker, or through the process of how it's getting written to the disk, or from the speaker as it's getting shot out, or all of it can together. Who knows? And that's why I find this fascinating, because it's actually that enables real-time EVP. Now, why is it recording my voice then? Well, first off, this one doesn't record. This is all it's doing is when you add the echo, it's adding a record process, but it's not writing it to, I guess, anything, unless the EVP, if an EVP style sound in that frequency gets captured, then that gets written to the disk and put through the soup. So for example, if you were to hear a muh, like let's say a muh comes out, it flies through, and then you hear like a puh, and that muh and puh will combine throughout the process, and then you hear one last one, like a la or something like that, and that will create an even another one. And those phonetics can somehow possibly create help me. I watched this video where it's called EchoVox for Dummies, and it's a really interesting video, and I highly recommend checking it out, because it explains it a lot better than you can by just listening to somebody, because he draws out these ideas kind of like what I'm doing throughout this. And so essentially, somehow throughout this process as well, you can possibly catch intelligent sounding sentences, because these phonetics get chopped up and pushed. It's some interesting jazz, interesting malarkey. Is it real? I don't know. Are EVP real? I honestly think there's something to EVP. I think they're tangible. They've been recorded by EVP is something different. EVP is way different than a lot of, even though it is easy to manipulate, it's something that is real. It's been tested in controlled tests. And does this work though? I don't know. But that's what, in theory. So throughout this process, my friend is trying to speak to me. Come over and try to communicate to this device. You'll hear these words coming out, and with that echo, those crazy sounding words will come back through, those crazy sounding sounds, and eventually words will hopefully be picked up. So supposedly when we hear words, that is possibly an EVP, because it should not be words. Even though this is a word bank, the process that's used to create the sounds we're using should completely randomize and not create any sort of word at all. It just randomizes the sound, the phonetics, and random. That's what he wants. He wants like just random, and be able to control, just make all sorts of just crazy random choices and ways you can mess with it. And the reverb, man, reverb's very interesting. So here we go. We're going to do this again. Start echo. So now that echo's on. And so the words from my speaker are traveling over the camera into the microphone that's actually right here. The microphone's up here on the tablet. See, I heard that wuss earlier, so that might have been picked up earlier when I was talking. So try to come over and use these words, guys. Slow it down just a little. My name is Rusty Report. I'm using the DarkVox 666, the summoner. I want to try to use this to communicate with you. Take your time, figure it out. Right now, words are flying in a loop. They're coming back and forth and back and forth. These phonetics can somehow be captured. And in this case, they're written to the disk and then spat out as a real word, as an intelligent sounding word. So it takes a minute then to get the things going, get the phonetics in the atmosphere, in the environment. Again, I'm not an expert at this. I'm not a sound engineer. I know nothing when it comes to this. I'm learning as I go. I never would have started learning about reverb and echo if it wasn't for these devices. So what do you think about all that, my spirit friends? And so I guess the reason for the diminishing echo is to cut down on the feedback, that white crazy loop that you can get into where it just becomes feedback central. And that's why you have an adjustable mic gain. Kind of sound like you said my name. Try to say Rusty. It did kind of sound like Rusty. Hey, try to say my real name. My first name. My legal first name. What is my legal first name? Herbert? Hold on. Woo. A little too high on the mic in. See, so the microphone is a little higher now. So you want to hear that echo? It can be annoying to hear my voice, but that just means there's a higher chance of it capturing real-time EVP. At least I think. Right? How many are around me? You guys hear this okay? People in chat? I'm going to check chat, see how you guys are doing. I'll turn down the speaking slower. I'm going to turn off one of the word banks too. Try that. Just there's no right or wrong way. That's another interesting thing the creator stresses, is there is no right or wrong way to experiment with this. Any of these apps. You just experiment. See what happens. You may get different results in different places, different times of day, different moods, different attitudes. Yes. Okay, so I want to try to get names of who's around me. It's definitely very interesting sounding. So again, this is religious text, a few different religious books from the Old Testament in reverse. I'm gonna try mode B or bank B a little bit later. What's up, Pugs? How you doing, bud? Hello, Night Mover. Hello, everybody in chat. I guess I'll say what's up, Justin, DJ, Aaron, Crystal, what's up? Kathy, Lindsay, what's up, man? Hope you're doing well, brother. Anybody else? Star. Everybody else, whoever's watching, thank you. This is the first time I streamed with this. First time I've really got to run with this. When I tested this out last time, I was just listening. It wasn't like a legitimate session. So do you want to get dark and evil? Just gonna try messing with this random. I like just playing it with it on the go. You're alone? Try to communicate. Spirits kind of sound like. Are you evil or are you good? Huh? Kind of sound like my name. He's mine. That was cool sounding. I don't know if that's exactly what it's just what it sounded like. If you guys are hearing this okay, just give me a thumbs up. Let me know or something. Oh, did you hear that one? That one sounded interesting. Guys, you don't need to get disrespectful, but if you want to talk smack to me, go ahead. It's okay. I'm a big boy. It does sound like my name, kind of. What is hell like? Describe to me. Vivid detail. What is hell like? So again, this is all in reverse. So you shouldn't be hearing words unless the way the procedure is correct for what's going on, how it's getting captured throughout the echo soup, the loop. I don't know if it gets captured. Again, let's just say this is a phone. I don't know if it gets captured in the speaker, throughout the process, throughout the exit when it comes out the speaker, and then back around to the microphone. I don't know. It's that loop. Hell. What is hell like? Describe it. The sights, the sounds, the smells. It sounds pretty damn interesting. I'm starting to hear some interesting things. I don't know exactly if it's English. Is my soul in danger by attempting to communicate through these darker devices? It's like I said, yes, no, yes. Well, I'm not religious, so does that just mean I'm automatically going to hell? I wasn't raised with religion. It's not my fault. Blame my parents. They're hippies. Is it true that when you do go to hell, it's in a handbasket? All right, well, whoever wants to talk to this, I just kind of assume it's dark in nature because it's evil sounding. But if you're a sweet little kid and you want to talk through this device, come over here. Little Timmy, little Susie, come over. Try to speak to me using this. You guys want to play some kickball? See how you guys do in the chat. Hope everybody's having a good evening, good afternoon, a good morning. It is 12:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, sharp, my time, nestled next to the Great Rocky Mountains, extending throughout the Northern Americas. Yeah, it's hard to make out, man. That's because it's not words. These words are getting thrown through these sounds. Here, hold on. It's the actual words. Like every once in a while, you don't hear a word, but randomly. But that echo, you hear that? It's getting shot back out over my microphone, this one that I'm talking into, back into this little slot here. That's where the microphone is on these Samsungs. And then that's going through the process of going through its calculations or whatever it's getting with the jazz magic that's happening to it, and then getting shot back out through this speaker again. So these different sounds combine through the echoes. Like here, I'll slow down the echo. Let's try that actually. So make it more of an echo delay, so that these phonetics are floating throughout this process longer, I guess. Something along those lines. It's very intriguing. Let's go halfway. Hello? What do I gotta do? Oh, I gotta stop echo. That's right, you can't change it when it's on. I forgot. All right, so now I'm at, let's see, how close? 1913. All right, that's the milliseconds. So now the sounds that are coming out of this are well more than doubled in echo. Like as the echo gets captured through this, you can kind of hear it. Hello. Weird. All right, here, try that now. We're just trying to figure out all this crazy stuff. And then you can check out the reverb setting and turn down the reverb slightly or up. I actually like reverb, but I like being able to control it. So now, yeah, see those just random nonsense sounds? Those supposedly are getting combined with other random nonsense sounds. And then somehow words start popping out of this. And somehow throughout this whole process, the EVP is thought to be captured. Now, which part of the process? Nobody knows. Hey, Pugs, since you're here, buddy, am I getting the gist of this now? I've been watching stuff and trying to read up stuff. Sound like they just said yes. Because I know Pugs knows, because he can actually get into this, right, Pugs? You can look at this and like from its guts and stuff. See, it does have more of that echoey sound. Turn down the... Oh, I crashed it. Great. All right, here we go. Restart it. That's the first time I've ever ran it on a session. I think, yeah, it goes all back to default. Let's slow this down. I'm going to just do 2 channels now. Let's turn off these ones. 2 channels. Oh, duh. Hit me on. You see, so the channels aren't word banks; they're just sounds. They were once words, but supposedly they've been randomized so much that they shouldn't be any words at all until it gets captured through that echo loop process. So now we're going to do two. We're going to do, I believe, since there's four, you could just call them A, B, C, D, because that's how he does it on the other ones. So we're using sound bank A and sound bank C on the slowest settings, and going to start echo again. Keep that delay, but I want to turn down the reverb from 10. I don't like it blasting at 10. I like it just a little lower. That should be good. Start echo. Start. Okay. Hello. Trying this again, guys. So this is a lot slower now. So that these noises are getting thrown back into this crazy sound environment. And now we'll just let it kind of record for a minute. So come over here and just try to talk into this device. Try to tell me your name, please, whoever you are, whatever you are. Come over and try to talk into this. I'm just going to give you a minute or two. Just go ahead, please. Who are you? What are you? Sound like human. Very interesting. I'm gonna try just adjusting one of those channels now. So this is with Soundbank A, a little less than half. Soundbank C, all the way slow. There goes that reverb. See, that's why he lets you, because you have mic in, save the day. Sound like he said, what are you? I'm human. I'm what we call a live human. You think some of you may be dead humans? Are you a dead human? Are you a ghost or a spirit? Can you say ghost or spirit? That was an interesting one. See, when we're hearing these 2 or 3 syllable ones, those are the voice, the sound combinations being put together and built through the writing system. Are you from this planet? Are you from this reality? hear that? Thank you. Sound like spirit near you. These attempts of this device seems to be something more tangible, at least to me. It's doing something different, completely different, with this capturing and combining of phonetics and sounds. It's real-time EVP. No other device does real-time. I could be wrong. Besides the EchoVox like Brotherhood or whatever, the series of them. There should be more of them like these. All right, so if you are a spirit, then how did you find me? Are you always around me? Are you constantly around me? Word here kind of sounded like it. How many of you are then here with me? If you're here. Okay, let's adjust the speeds now and maybe the sounds. Let's swap up. Let's do opposite of what we were just doing. We're doing A and C. Now let's do B and D. I had to think about it for a second. That's going bonkers speed. All right, that's one slow down, one halfway. So now we are using B slowed down and D halfway. So I'm Buddhist. Do Buddhists go to hell? Are Buddhists going to the typical view of hell since they don't worship the same idea? I'm not Buddhist per se. It's just I follow more of the philosophies, I guess I should say. I'm not per se. Like, I'm just more spiritual. I guess I'm just like a damn hippie spawn. I come from hippie parents, so I'm just a hippie philosopher. If hippie Lydia's out there, she knows what I'm talking about. You guys want to try to say the names? Can you read the screen and see the names of people in chat? Try to say some of the names of people in chat right now. Here, you can see at least 6 of them right there. It's not like I said hell. You see, in order for it to even say hell, it shouldn't be saying that, because unless hell is somehow pronounced backwards throughout these biblical texts, which I guess that's possible. All right, let's speed it all up now, just halfway, all of them. Try to read off the names, or tell me names of any of my friends. See, you definitely need to slow these suckers down. I'm gonna turn off one of them. Use ABC. I love just toying with it. I can't help it. I'm getting pretty good at that left-handed. I'm naturally right-handed, but left-handed. All right, well, tell me about yourself then. Can we get names of whoever you guys are? Let's try to get some names of who you are. All I heard is maybe human. I am human. Off the street. There's something about street. That was an interesting one. Well, if there's any negativity around me, I'm willing to talk to you. I may sound jolly and jovial, but I'm pretty much neutral. I'll just talk to whoever. I'm not too weird, I guess. But what's weird? What am I to say weird? Look at me. I'm talking to a tablet, streaming online live like a maniac. So our interview. Can you? All right. See, it's like kind of harder to real time communicate with them if it is capturing sounds throughout this process, like EVP. You just kind of want to wait and see what it captures. I'm trying to speak to it like normal. You guys want any tobacco? I got some rolly tobacco for you. There's some weird stuff that comes out of this. I think you need to slow it down. It gets a little too bonkers with everything full blast like a default. Let's try that again. Here we go. Strap in. All right, try to communicate through this now for a minute. Yeah, I heard believers. That's too long. That's too much. Yeah. I'll do more of like that. That's definitely way too fast. Interesting sound and stuff. You're getting a combination of sounds, so it becomes a really crazy sound bank that way. Here, should we try Revelations now? Switching to mode bank or bank B. So this is Book of Revelations, read forward. It's a little quieter. Dude, I just heard, think you can F with us. I'm not trying to F with you guys. Spirit conquers the earth. Crazy. This has been going for a while, so it's been capturing a bunch of EVP, supposedly in theory. Here, I'm going to turn off the echo so we can hear this a little better. Oh, reverb gets shut off too. See, I just heard Noah's Ark. So then what? It shouldn't. I guess, let's see, what I was talking about it chopping off all the word banks, that was for the EchoVox, so I just assume that's what this one does. Noah's Ark, that's definitely out of... Wait, it said Noah's Ark, Book of Revelation. Or maybe it is the Book of Genesis. Which one is Noah's Ark in? Here, I'm going to look up the Google Play Store real quick. Seventh Seal or Soul. Kind of sound like it said my name. I think there's a lot of similar sounding syllables, maybe. Some weird sounding stuff. Racist whore? I'm not. Are you referring to me? I'm not either. Yeah, Revelation forward at 0.5 seconds. Bank A is Daniel 2, Kings 13, Psalm 69, Leviticus 1 in reverse. Sample length 250 milliseconds. I like the reverse better. Let's go back to reverse. Oh, that was a weird one. Aubrey, are you here? Are you going to use this spooky voice to communicate with me? I heard my lighter flick. That was awesome. Aubrey, what color hair do you have? Oh, I haven't got that response yet. All right, we're gonna go to EchoVox, I think, in a little bit here. Do this for a little bit more. It's like I said, Aerosmith is here. Did somebody in Aerosmith die? Who died in Aerosmith? Well, I'm trying to communicate with anyone around here. If this is failing, I'm sorry. Just try to speak into that device with the red rotating symbol. Some weird sounding sounds. Well, tell me how you died. How did you die? My morbid curiosity always gets the best of me. If it's disrespectful, I apologize. I'd like to know how you died. What happened to you? Joel? You know a dude named Joel? So when I test out the EchoVox, I want to try something different. I'm going to be running the PSP7 next to it to create white noise to throw into that sound atmosphere, the atmospheric sound loop that these sounds get pushed in and out of through, because white noise is sterilized to help them speak. So I'd like to attempt that as a test when I get to the EchoVox in a little bit here. Just give you guys a little preview of what's going to happen. So anything you hear that sounds intelligible supposedly is possibly EVP, real-time EVP being captured and written to the drive and then put into the buffer and the log algorithm and all that malarkey that I know nothing about. Now, when through the process is the EVP and where is the EVP captured? Even he admits he doesn't know. It could be any of those like 4 or 5 different parts or all of them combined. I find that fascinating. Well, guys, how you doing? I'm doing good. It's the end of my work week. Just kicking back, trying to communicate with you guys. Can you let me know how many of you are around me? Because I can't see you. Can you give me a number? We're all here. Okay, thank you. That was interesting. Are you guys figuring this out? Who is we? Who are you? It's the DarkVox on Google Play Store for $6.66. It's essentially the EchoVox kind of stripped down and given 2 unique word banks. But in theory, it's doing the same echo loop capture process where EVP is supposedly written to the disk and then put through onto these words. Like we should, right now, because of this bank A is entirely in reverse. It's Leviticus. Here, what is it again? It's a few of the biblical books. It's an all in reverse for this word bank, bank A. Daniel 2, Kings 13, Psalm 69, Leviticus 1, all in reverse. Sample length of 250 milliseconds. And then these words are getting put into like the weird process of getting chopped up in just phonetics, pushed out into the air, and either while in the air in the sound environment before it's captured by the microphone on the device, these things are somehow imprinting themselves on that, possibly, or they're imprinting themselves on these words inside the device, or when it's exiting the speaker. We really don't know. So we shouldn't be hearing 3-syllable sounding responses that sound like some sort of intelligible English. Now, bank B is forward, so that's a different story. I'm not a fan of forward word banks. How did you die? Whoever, we're all here, whoever you guys are. Go ahead, take your time and explain to me how each one of you died. I want to hear. I want to know. Poison? Kind of sound like poison. How else? Hole? Please explain to me the ways all of you die. I'm listening. We did. It sounded like, I know, but there's got to be more than one of you, right? So is there a destination for you after you're done talking to me? Where are you going after you're done talking to me? Are some of you going to stay around with me? Kind of sound like stay. Well, what do you do? Do you just kind of mind your P's and Q's and go about whatever you're doing in my room? Or do you just sit and watch me all day? What do you do when you're around me and I'm not interacting with you? Where are you right now as I'm speaking to you? Where are you located in proximity to me? are you right now? Next to me, where are you? Kind of sound like he was trying to say your room. Well, the reason I may sound ignorant is because I cannot see you. I cannot feel you. You could be touching me. You could be doing dirty things to me right now, and I wouldn't even know it. Kind of sound like it said you're right, or maybe you're wrong. It was like, I don't know. Where did you die around here? The office? It's like I said, Egypt. Dude, there's some pretty interesting words coming out of this. This is my first, anybody that's joining, this is my first go with this live. I tinkered around with the back of my BlueStack days, but I never got it to run on a stream. I only played with it for like 15 minutes the first time I ever tried it a few months back. Downloaded it this morning. My first stream with it. Experimental. I find it interesting. Now that I've learned, I think I pretty much understand how EchoVox and DarkVox work and EVR. Pretty much think I learned them. I'll go over it again just real quick when I turn on EchoVox, but all right, my spirit friends. Are you digging this? Is this more successful? Is this a better device, or is this a bunch of malarkey? It's my word of the day, malarkey apparently. You guys want some coffee? That was a quick yes. Beer? Well, I only got coffee and water. I'm sorry, no beer. How many of you want coffee? How would you like your coffee? What kind of coffee you like? What kind of style? What kind of coffee would you like? Pardon me. Do you want cream, sugar, one lump, two? The lumps. How many lumps you want? Or what? Isn't it that song? My lumps, my lovely lady lumps. Or something. I don't know. I'm not kidding. She's hot though. Fergie's hot. She was. I'm sure she's still. I'm not picky. guys read still? Are you able to read? If so, try to read off any of the names of my friends that are hanging out in chat while I'm streaming this live. Go ahead, please. I have a large coffee order for my friends in chat as well, so it might take a minute. So I can't remember what I'm using right now. I think I'm only using 3 of the sound banks. Let me double check. No, I'm using all 4 sound banks. 2 of them slowed all the way down. B and B, and then A and C slightly slowed down. Kind of like this setting right now. Go ahead, try to read off the names of these lovely people joining me, listening to us live. Yeah, coffee at IV form. I hear that. I'm a junkie. I work graveyard shifts, so it's become a part of my life for the last 2 years. Every night, caffeine, lots of it. Am I speaking with other entities other than humans? Deceased humans? Are there other entities around me? What are the names of these other entities if they are around me? What are the names of these individuals? Well, I gotta go heat up some coffee here. So guys, please use this time. I'm not gonna ask you any questions. Just go ahead and I think you're figuring this out. You're getting the gist of it. Just use these phonetics, these sounds. Just try to say whatever you want. Go ahead. Go ahead and speak freely. Tell me what's on your mind. I'll be right back, just a few minutes. Like I said, rusty as I was about to get up. I'll be right back, guys. Don't worry. Go ahead, just say anything you want. I'm back, guys. I got my coffee. I'm gonna stretch out a little before I sit back down. You guys want it? I'll just put it right here. Go ahead and take any. The other night on the EVR, I think it was, they said, coffee out of I think it was a foreign word bank. Either that or Dr. Seuss. They don't talk about coffee and Dr. Seuss. It's one of the two. So. Go ahead. I'm going to just stretch it a second. I'm going to take one more sip real quick. Sorry if I'm very sipping. Okay, there you go. It's actually warm. Man, I want to see what you guys are saying, what you might be hearing, because I just heard some weird things. And I don't know if I wasn't right next to the speaker, so I don't know if that's just what my brain was making out what I was hearing, but I was hearing some weird things. Yeah, I think I heard that "we're always here" part. Yeah, Justin. Yeah, that's funny, buddy. Hey, nice to meet you, Justin, by the way, bud. It's always a pleasure to meet new, welcoming people that are just curious about this like we are. I can't tell you what the heck's going on. All I know is that there's some interesting sounds coming out of word banks that are supposedly in reverse. I'm going to take my coffee back, guys, so I need a little bit more. It's just black coffee, nothing fancy. I got used to it. I idolized my grandpa, and he was a trucker after World War II. How do I say that? Korean War. He actually was, when he got deployed, he was like right at the tail end of World War II. It was still technically like still kind of on, and then they got moved to Korea. But yeah, he drank black coffee, and I actually didn't start drinking coffee up very well, at least not as much as I do now, up until I started working graveyard shifts. Now I probably have, I don't even know, I have a lot, probably a dozen cups of caffeine worth, because I drink coffee strong, real strong, and then I drink caffeinated coffee cans. I don't want to say the brand name, but I'm sure you probably know what it is. Those larger ones. I don't like the energy drinks per se in cans. I've had some experiences where they hurt my belly, but the ones that are just cold coffee essentially with extra caffeine and those energy things in it, they don't hurt my belly on an empty belly because I don't eat very well, especially when I go to work. Alright guys, we're going to use this just a little bit more, and then we're going to switch to the EchoVox so that everyone watching and everyone communicating with me know. I can get it to sit. That works. Man, I had it to where there was no... Maybe something like this. That's not too bad. Man, it seems like something is attempting to communicate with me. I'll just be straight up. Are you good or evil? I want to hear a response to that. Take your time. Are you good or are you evil? Oh, I clearly heard demon. Spiritual, maybe? Threefold? So then, if you are a demon, what are you? How we imagine you, or are you something different? If you're curious and you don't know what this is a sonic screwdriver. It's like a custom one in this kit you can buy. That's creating sound into that loop now too. Has a bunch of hidden sounds. It's pretty cool. You can actually take apart the gut and swap out the sounds. So you can put this into this other sonic screwdriver that I'm making. I'm like wrapping the handle and stuff. Yeah, this is a different one. Oh, they look like naughty toys, but they're from a show called Doctor Who. Well, at least the idea. These aren't actually from the show. This one is, though. This is the 11th and the 12th screwdriver. What's that? It's a sonic screwdriver. Do you guys like this? I can use it to manipulate any electronic device. Check this out. Watch, I'll change the color of this. Watch, look at that. Ah, yeah. Yeah, it's just a science fiction show that I've watched for a number of years now. I liked it when they made the reboot. It interests me. I almost didn't watch it. The first episode's really weird. Season 1, episode 1 of the reboot, it's really weird. But I stuck with it, and I got hooked after episode 2, or through episode 2. All right, so demon. I heard demon. How many demons are around me? Oh, you just called me a pussy? Those are fighting words. No, I'm just kidding. I can't. I'm gonna talk to you just like if you were anybody. I can't help it. Why can I not see you? Puzzle. So why, if you are a demon, okay, you're a demon. You said I heard the word demon come out through this. Then you are from hell, and if there is a hell, right? Okay, so let's just say there's a hell and there's a heaven, right? What do we have to do with you guys? Why are you so interested in us? Why are we seemingly these playthings for a good and bad energy? So is there actual souls involved in this process? All right, so let's say my soul goes to hell. Will I experience it just how I'm experiencing my reality right now? So is it true that you just get tortured and you basically get chopped or tortured into bits, and then your body is reborn again, and it happens over and over? Is that what happens to you in hell? Just constant torture over and over and over, death over and over and over? Just a theory. I'm not religious. I don't know. It's mainly based off a TV show I'm watching. I'm terrible with this stuff. I don't think I've asked this tonight. I've asked this on other sessions, but I don't know if I've straight up asked this tonight. Am I going to hell? Am I going to hell? Oh, I did. I asked it earlier, and I asked if it was going to be in a handbasket. That's right. I can't help it. I can't help being a smart ass. A smart arse. Well, if you are a demon, so is there an angel I can speak to? Can an angel please come forward and talk to me? Because if there's a demon, then there must be an angel, right? Can I please speak with an angel? Is that possible? Can angels and demons stand next to each other while I try to communicate? Or would you guys just start fist fighting? All right. We just do this for a few minutes more, and then we'll swap it up. The device we're going to be using is very similar, so if you guys have grown accustomed to this, you should be able to utilize the next one. So then it's a mix of demons and human spirits. So far, at least that tonight is what it sounds like, because those are the similar responses I got. Are there any other entities besides these two? What other entities are around me right now that I cannot see? Yeah, that's a good question. I'm going to ask that. Or what about time travelers? Are you humans from a future outside of ours? That's a quick no. I'm gonna let it go though. Are you time travelers from the future? What about the past? Are you an advanced species or form of humans that lived prior to our form of humans that figured out how to travel into the future? Saying some weird stuff. Oh, it just got all quiet. That's weird. Oh, you know what happened? This cord hit this. I think. It stopped somehow. Weird. That was weird. They're saying some weird stuff right before too. I guess we can't really see it. Oh no. That was weird. It somehow stopped. I think the cord might have hit it because I just moved the camera. I had the Echo EVR just randomly stopped spitting out phonetics, so I thought it might have been that. All right, well, we're just about to wrap up this session with this device, and then we'll move right into the next one, the EchoVox 3.0. And this has been the DarkVox version 6.666. $6.66. Has the nickname the Summoner, apparently. I don't know if those colors mean anything, and I don't know if that graphic actually vibrating is in line with something that's actually happening to it. It doesn't really seem to be. At times it seems it may be the voice, but I don't know. All right, so go ahead and say anything you'd like to say, guys, and then we'll be swapping up the devices in a couple minutes. It sounds like it said something similar to my name a few times now. All right. So we're gonna stop this for a second. I'll just do with that. My little fancy pointer. All right, so I want to get on this camera angle real quick to just kind of go over the EchoVox again, and just so you can see it and all that stuff. Oh man, it's nice to close off that white noise. Okay. Pardon me. So I just want to go over again real quick how this works and what it supposedly is doing, because I just saw a couple times now an interesting video, EchoVox for Dummies, designed by Danny Big Beard, the creator and developer of this app. And so essentially I just want to go over what this is doing, because it's different than other ghost boxes, a lot different. So just imagine this is a phone right now, because it's different because it's a tablet. The speaker's actually right here, the speaker, instead of down here like a phone. But just for visual sake, so you can like see what I'm talking about, just imagine this is the speaker, or the microphone, I'm sorry. This is the microphone down here like a phone, and then this is the speaker up here where that little dot is. And so essentially what's going on is when you turn this on, you have the different word banks. In this case with 3.0, you have 6 sound banks or / word banks. And then you have word. Okay, so those are sound banks, I guess is a better way to put it. You have the 6 sound banks, and then there's 4 or 5 word banks, and those word banks can be used to have the different sounds to use in these sub banks. Gets a little confusing, but anyway, right now it's in mode A, default, and it's going to be making that typical sound, that those phonetics, that ba, the dua, like just weird random phonetics. Okay. Now what happens is that comes out of the speaker. Okay. So this, again, imagine this is a phone, comes out of the speaker and is going into the atmosphere. And the microphone, the way modern phones and tablets are designed, they're designed so that we can speak with not them next to our ear. We can hold them away. So it's through that technology of that speaker to be able to have that capture the sound that's in here. It captures that phonetic, and with adding the echo, that other phonetic is then echoed and comes out delayed slightly again, while the next phonetic, whatever is in the line, does that. So through these little gaps in the echo, these weird phonetics are mixing and getting picked up again through here, and just shot through and recycled again through this crazy loop process. And then inside in the guts, it goes through buffering. When it comes through the microphone, then it gets buffered. Don't ask me what all that means. I really don't know. He doesn't go into detail in the video. By the way, it's an awesome video. Like I said, please try to check it out. I'm just trying to basically reiterate what I learned off that video, because I found it very intriguing. And he just, instead of like visually pointing it to like how I'm doing, he did it on like an NFL style replay where he's drawing it all out. It's pretty cool. But so yeah, so it goes into that buffer then. Whatever, this whole time it's going into the buffer. And if an EVP is captured, it's supposedly written to the disk. And then through that, it's spit out through the phonetics again. So it's utilizing whatever those phonetics were in there and somehow capturing it to the device. There's no rhyme or reason to why this happens. It's just a side effect, an anomaly from using echo and reverb into doing live recording of EVP. It's just some sort of weird side effect, supposedly. And yeah, I'm not advertising this at all. I'm not associated with them at all. It's just I've learned more about it, and I've become somewhat astonished with it, just learning the ins and outs and what it's really supposed to be doing. Instead of, I was imagining these devices. See, the EVR gave me more of the idea of what kind of the recording possibilities were and such like that. But now I've just in the last few days just sat down and really tried to dissect these devices, these EchoVox style devices, and see what they're really doing. yeah, so with all that said, it's going into that device and somehow possibly capturing real-time EVP and connecting them to those phonetics. So according to him, what I'm talking about in that it was EchoVox for Dummies. So that was in reference to all EchoVox. That wasn't DarkVox per se. So I can't guarantee or verify or even talk about anything on DarkVox because I know nothing about DarkVox. Only the basics of the EchoVox guts, what's going on inside the EchoVox. And this gives you a lot of control. You can not only, so between the 5, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 word banks. These are just the typical word banks of whatever sounds was recorded. They get chopped up into these 6 sub banks. Then each sub bank you can manually adjust and just have it. So I just want channel, let's say I just feel like having channel A and F. You can do that and tweak it, and you can kind of control it and listen to it when you want to. I actually just learned about that. I've used this a handful of times and didn't even know you could manually turn this. I think that's so funny. And then, yeah, each one, then you can control the overall speed of what you want, obviously. And like the DarkVox, you can turn whatever you want on or off. And this creates more randomness, more just weird phonetics to be thrown into the mix, and just to decrease the possibility of it actually being a real word that is from the word bank. It should just be every sound that supposedly is coming out of EchoVox. Like I said, I can't say anything about the DarkVox or any of the other apps at all, but this is just what I've learned about the EchoVox. These words that are coming out shouldn't be words until somehow the EVP is captured inside, supposedly. So yeah, that's that in a nutshell. So I hope everybody's doing good. Little intermission, you know. If you need to use the restroom, go ahead and feel free. It's going to take a couple minutes. Set the switch out cameras, move camera angles around, all that good stuff. Grab that. I just wanted to be on air for a minute and show my ugly mug, and I'll probably end it with me and my mug. But I like just filming my setup because that's what it really is down to. It's not about me being on camera. It's about the procedure and the actual devices that I'm trying to use in ITC research, instrumental transcommunication. And it's just, there's just, I don't know, is this working? I still can't tell you. It's just right now, I just listened to a lot of stuff, an hour or two on the DarkVox, and there was some interesting stuff. I thought I heard my name a couple times. Other than that, I don't know. I can't really remember everything per se. It's becoming a bit of a blur now over all this time. Yeah, that's not bad. Okay, so I think I'm going to start off with the default bank A. I don't know what to turn these as. It doesn't really matter in the long run. It's just random sound. What is really going on is through the process of it coming out of the speaker. Is the EVP captured right as it's coming out? I don't know. Is it captured as it's floating through the air and going back to the microphone? I don't know. Is it captured maybe inside the microphone? Maybe there's something to do with the microphone itself. Or maybe it's the process itself inside the guts. He admits he doesn't know. I don't know. I have the damnedest. That's why I'm doing this day at a time, just trying to figure it all out. So what did I do? I turned on, we got B. Let's turn on A, B, turn off D and E. All right, that sounds good. Why not? So with that blend, you're basically just randomizing the sounds that are coming out of it. And you can either blend it yourself or leave it on just whatever channel you want. Like right now, it's just on B and E. Or you can manually turn it, like I said, or you can adjust it with auto or just normal shuffle. Auto will just, or shuffle will be random, and auto will just be the normal spin, counterclockwise or clockwise or whatever it is. Now, one of the big differences is the recording. I haven't done this. I'd like to actually possibly try this here in a minute. After I warm up with it and get used to it, I'm going to try to record this, and we're going to do some playback of some recordings because you can play it back in reverse. And I would like to hear some of these playbacks, and I figured it would be interesting to play them back live. Might as well. I mean, you should be able to hear them decent with the speaker. All right, so all that is said and done. One last thing that I learned about that I wasn't quite sure is the mode. The burst mode, now I know 100% what it is. That's another mode you can choose by hitting this mode button up here on the top right, is it changes to burst mode. And burst mode just basically randomizes it even more. It just does a random channel, a random word bank, and a random shuffle. Just constant randomness. So you're just going to get 100% more random than normal. So that's just another way to just add more random. And I do like the reverb. I'm going to leave it on the default settings. I won't mess with it. I already have it kind of set to like a lower high range, and shuffle speeds in the middle. We'll probably just slow it down to like a quarter maybe. And I do like doing it on random shuffle. And I'm going to turn reverb on. And then the mic gain, I'm going to turn record off right now. I'm going to mess with that in a little bit. I kind of like the slower. Now that I know what's going on, I kind of like the slower idea of slower echoes. So I'm going to bump it to about halfway. Let's see, what's that? I liked where it was at, right? No. Fat finger. It's because I'm doing it left-handed. No control. That's what she said. All right, 2,754. Now, mic gain start. Should be all ready. EchoVox 3.0 first run. Go ahead and try to come over and speak into this device with the black and yellow. I'm going to turn on all the word banks. So these sounds are getting popped into the air, captured again, re-recorded. That was weird. Interesting. All right, so let's speed it up a little. So now that I understand what's going on, I kind of want more sounds in the air. So I'm going to ask you questions and then wait some time in between each one, let you try to answer them into this device. I don't know how you do it, but just try to answer these questions that I'm going to pose to you. So if there's any new individuals around me, I'd like to gather names. Let's start off with names. See, so that that went through, and that's going to be combined into another sound down the line. Friend. Hello. See? Right there. That might be an EVP. It made whatever sounds went before it said friend. Somehow these sounds were combined together to create the word friend. That just went by like a minute before that, I guess. I'm your friend. I just mean peace. I just respectively am trying to research the afterlife, what we think is the afterlife. So it sounds, there they go, floating through the air. What's it going to capture and combine into that? I'm turn the shuffle speed up a little.
Fine.
There must be some feedback that got caught through the process. Offered. I heard that. Thank you. I'm just going to try to repeat the words that come out so I can confirm or I can let you know that I've heard it. Did you die right around here on this land that this place is on now?
What?
Oh.
So, Flint.
Yeah, so this is not full blast, but this is faster.
Build.
I want to get the phonetics out here now.
Persuasion.
So these phonetics are somehow imprinted onto the EVP through the process of however EVP is captured through electronic components, supposedly. When we hear intelligible words, possibly. I can't say yes or no. But now that I actually understand what it's doing, and he openly admits and lets people take it apart and try to debunk it. Do you, so are you aware you are what we call dead? That's what we believe you are. Come over and try to speak into this device. If you are unaware that you are what we call dead, and you can communicate with this, I have news for you. You're not dead. At least not in the sense to what I think is dead. You are seemingly intelligent, so you're not dead. I've been dead? That's what kind of sound? Well, it's a theory that some spirits are attached to the area they died. Did you die in this place? In this flat? In this room? Did you die in my room?
White fin.
I haven't checked chat in a while, guys. See how you guys are doing.
Right.
Take out those.
What's up, Steve? Yeah, I thought I heard that too. Funny.
Much to
Sled.
Sled.
Beer.
Friend again. I'm a friend, guys. Hi. Hello. I'm peaceful in origin. I'm just trying to speak with peaceful things, but I'll speak with whoever. The DarkVox kind of sounded like evil entities, but I mean, they even claim to be demon. I wonder where that crazy feedback came from through the process. Must have been when I was like touching stuff. Earth. See See, these are possibly live EVPs. There shouldn't be, according to him, there shouldn't be words that are actually coming out of this, only phonetics. And then these phonetics are mushed together and eventually somehow imprinted onto a possible EVP. Birth. Was there a death at birth? Who died at birth? Man, I don't think any of them are better, dude. I think it's just the process of recording live EVP. It doesn't matter which one you use, I don't think. It's just if it can do the echo and it can record live. Or not record, but it's, you know what I mean? It's capturing live ambient sound and then spitting it back out through the echo loop. Can you tell me how I'm going to die? They're basically, when it comes to the versions, they're basically all the same. It's just he gives you more stuff to do on each upgrade, basically. That's all it is. But they all have the same guts, the same theoretical process. They just have different sound banks, and that's about it, really. But it shouldn't matter the sound bank. Like here, I'll try something. I'm gonna turn off shuffle.
Yes. Pre.
Now, all the banks are off. It's just doing its real-time live EVP capture. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn on record, and we're going to try doing an EVP style digital voice recording with just EchoVox, because that's what you can do if you turn off all the word banks. You're starting to use the EchoVox loop fashion now. So sounds, whatever sounds are around this right now, are getting thrown through my speaker and picked back up through this mic. These mics are pretty sensitive, I've noticed. So how do we record? Is it recording now? Yeah, I believe, yeah, it's just recording right now. All right, EVR or EchoVox test for just a, here, let me restart it. Let's do a completely fresh one. Live EVP playback test using EchoVox 3 with sound banks off and the echo loop created with reverb. If you're here with me, try to go in and speak to that device. I'll just be quiet. Try to say anything you like into that device for a minute or so. Go ahead. Thank you. Can you tell me how you died through this device now, please? Okay, thank you. Okay, so I don't know. I've never played with this. Do you just press play? Oh, I guess I got a load file. Guess it's the top one. We just be starting to use EchoVox loop.
Yeah, here we go. This is it.
So sound, whatever sound will come, I'll get thrown through my speaker.
I don't know if you can hear that at all.
These might be pretty sensitive, I've noticed.
Playback speed turned down. Crazy. That's very interesting. Yeah, I don't think you guys can probably hear this very well. This is going to be better on a microphone. Well, this is how you do it. I can hear myself talking. It's just real faint. But with a... let me stop this. With proper headphones on, man, that's real-time EVP research right there. Without the word bank, you're just using it's real-time digital voice recording research, ITC. It's really awesome. That's another new thing I found out about this that I was not aware of. So, I mean, there you go. Learning's half the battle. I've always wondered what the other half is. I don't think they ever told us what the other half is. All right, so with all that said, we're going to go back now to turning on these sound banks. I'm going to slow it down a little bit now. Just kind of random, whatever. Sure, here we go. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Let's keep that one there. And I'm going to change it right off to D, the Hindi, because there is no English in that. I just think it increases the odds of believability, at least for me, if I'm listening to something that didn't come from a forward English word bank right off the bat. If it comes from a foreign word bank or a reversed word bank, foreign and reversed would be awesome. That's like the best of both worlds right there. I really should do that for my next EVR. I'm not going to do EVR tonight. I'm just focusing on these two apps, but yeah, I'm gonna try that on the next one. Okay, so this time let's do auto. It's just running in a normal clockwise manner. Things are a little mixed up, randomly mixed up. Let's increase the shuffle speed to 3/4 and try that. This is the Hindi word bank. It's going to take a minute for everything to get looped back around. See, I think I need to slow it down. Well, hello, everyone, whoever's with me tonight. I'm just slowing this down a little. This is an interesting word bank because it's not English. So the words that may be captured in the EVP may be actual EVP since it's not English to begin with. Aubrey, if you're around me tonight, I haven't heard your name in a few sessions. I heard your name back to back in 2 separate sessions on 2 separate days, but not recently. Weird. See how those are from all. Okay, hold on. See, I don't know this for certain, but I can only assume the whole process continues throughout the changing of word banks. So what we're hearing right now was probably captured throughout the last word bank, if not a combination of the last word bank phonetics mixed into the end of the last word bank phonetics mixed into the new word bank phonetics. See, this stuff is fascinating. There's way more layers to this than I thought. It's definitely a steeper learning curve than the average Ghost box, for sure. All right, try to speak into that. It's an echo. You guys have been listening to me. The words are coming back around in this giant loop. I'm gonna turn down a couple. I'm just gonna randomly let's turn off A and C. So go ahead. I don't need to ask one question at a time because this is a little different. It's not like you said blah blah. Go ahead and take this opportunity, this time, to try to communicate with me, guys. Tell me anything you'd like to tell me about yourself. You're not restricted. I'd like to just communicate and find out about you, who you are, where you come from, what it's like to be you. Go ahead, take a few minutes. I'm gonna roll a cigarette. Sorry, guys, I wasn't watching chat for a little bit. I'm checking back on chat now. I apologize about the cough. That's why you shouldn't smoke cigarettes, kids. Okay, take care, Steve. Guys, say goodbye to Steve. Okay, actually, I think I keep that running. Yeah, I didn't start echo. Well, that would help. So now I'm going to start echo and recording now. So here we go. All right, EchoVox recorded session. If you can hear me, EchoVox recorded session. It's going to be recording loud, all the sounds. How are you guys doing tonight? And I want to mess around slowing it down. I'm reversing it. So first question was, how are you doing tonight? Second question, how many of you are around me? I don't think I've heard a number yet tonight. What is that? Oh, it's a mirror. Like, what is that? I thought that was like a packaged piece of snack or something. I was like, wait, where is that? Oh, there it is. It's over here. I thought that, dude, that's a Doctor Who character. The fifth Doctor in his regeneration outfit. It's a Comic-Con exclusive. Ordered it online. Are there new individuals around me now? Or have I been speaking with the same ones this whole time? Be happy kind of sound like be happy. I'm happy. Be happy. Don't worry. I don't want to do any more of that because I don't want to get hit with anything. Stupid YouTube. When I was talking to a demon earlier, is that demon still here, or is he shoot off and there's somebody else? Okay, well, whoever's around me, where do you come from? Where were you born? Do you guys do anything to me when I'm sleeping? Dude, it sounded like real faintly, we can't sleep. I hear you guys. Communicate into this device right here. It's called the EchoVox. It's creating a sound loop. So why can I communicate with you guys and I can't see you? What do I just have some ability to attract you? Am I going to ever see you? I'm gonna try Bank B. I haven't used that much at all. We're gonna try a completely different bank again, guys. Bank B now. I don't have all of them activated. This one's harder to make out. I think Bank B is a recording
play back from an EchoVox session? I'm gonna just go with A for a little bit more. I haven't used A much. And honestly, I don't know what C is. C doesn't seem to be anything. I think that's meant for possibly the EVP, the live EVP without words.
Please.
C man use
Men.
the
Says
So my name's Rusty. I'm trying to communicate with you guys. It sounds like you've said my name a few times. Sounds like I might have heard how you died, maybe places you come from. I've asked a lot of questions. Do you have any questions for me?
brief 4
with deep click copy tick back left tick stream
back at wood rest
great
brief
and Marie not
strict
Go ahead and take a minute to formulate it with the word soup getting spit out. What questions might you have for me?
light
I
earth
think is
a
the
head monk up
Head monk. That was weird.
turn
What I heard, I don't know if that's exactly what came out. But
that
was
the
good
just to let you guys know, I'm probably not going to run a really long session. Chances are I'm probably going to end on the hour. So another, whatever, 37 minutes away. But I might go a little bit longer. We'll just see. I'm pretty beat the end of this week. This week was a rough one.
some as well just
Even though it's the middle of most everybody else's week, it's my Saturday night. Do you guys know what year it is?
in
What year is it?
self
the
that here art
the
verb
rest
yeah
one
there
oh
that
one who with left
Is there still people around me? It feels like it's actually kind of quiet right now and that you might not be around me right now. Can you say my name if you're still around me? My name Rusty.
or
Use my energy. Use whatever you need.
I much legal your all
If you're still around with me, try to say Russ T.
Yep.
Sure.
Pause. No. Out.
First.
What's crazy is I heard my first name, I think, possibly twice. My legal first name, so I don't know for that. I don't know for sure. I mean, that I guess kind of counts, even though I said Russ T.
Birth.
Friend.
I am your friend, guys.
I. All.
Well, do you enjoy communicating with me?
Yeah.
Are you having a good time?
Left.
Map.
Oh.
Man, I've been listening my right ear next to the speaker for a while, and that white noise. I stepped away and I'm like partially deaf.
Three.
So I don't get it. So if you are a spirit and you're just hanging around communicating with me, what is your life? Are you going to be in spirit form forever? For time immemorial? Are you always going to be in spirit form?
Is best.
Respect. Interesting.
No.
I'm trying to show respect to you guys. I mean, just speaking to you like I would probably speak to just about anybody. I mean, I think I used to be a lot more self-aware of myself earlier on in this, but even at the beginning when I start these, I am a little more self-aware, but I definitely just get to a point where it feels natural.
And
went. I'm sorry if I was talking over you. I'm sorry. So he that reminds me, he made a good kind of representation, to picture it. Like imagine sound of a triangle. Like let's just say that's a sound comes out of the speaker. That triangle flies through the air, and then right behind it is a circle sound, and that's behind that. And when that triangle goes in with the echo combination combined with the echo of the circle, what comes out on the next run is a combination sound of circle and triangle. And then that gets connected with the other echoes and loops and gets pushed back around and creates something completely different than that time. And somehow these phonetics are being captured and imprinted on possibly EVP. And you get these weird groupings sometimes too, where it sounds like a possible sentence, like they're trying to say a sentence. It's very interesting. And it's all just from complete randomness from those sounds, the way they're caught in the echo loop. If there's any sort of engineer-minded individuals around me, do you understand what I'm trying to say about this device? Does it make sense to you?
Friend.
It said friend a few times now. Friend is imprinted on that disc, I guess. Eric. That was a new one. Eric. Hello. If there's an Eric around me, hello. Do you feel pain in spirit form?
Okay.
I'm gonna have to step away in a minute and get some coffee heated up. Because it seems like you feel emotion. Seems like there's angry spirits versus docile or peaceful spirits. Why is that? Are you stuck? Is it like being stuck in gear when you die? Are you stuck in that emotion that you die in? And you forever feel that?
Go. Gas.
Told.
Out. And. Go.
Still
Out.
long.
I heard it killed real faint. I don't know if that's going to be coming out on the speaker. If that's the case, that's a little spooky.
Brief.
The other.
At. Dot.
Thoughts?
Good.
Thoughts. Okay, I was talking about emotions.
Yeah.
Ash.
So you maintain thoughts. You maintain free
Tiger.
thought.
Go.
Do you have free will?
Or. Honey.
Yeah.
Up.
Hold. Beef.
Is there some sort of governing body that dictates rules that you have to follow by?
Go.
Oh. Prison. Right.
Half.
In
Left.
vengeance.
Five.
Jeez, that scared the crap out of me. I was all zoning out, focused. Oh, man. Woo. Okay, I'm awake. Oh,
Hey.
jeez. Okay, I gotta go get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Please take this time to go ahead and just try to speak more into this device. Communicate with it. It seems like we're communicating on some levels. Honestly, it feels like it, but it feels like it comes and goes. Oh, that was a weird one. All right, I'll be right back.
Right.
Oh man, that's funny. It scared the crap out of me.
Take. Four.
Better.
Off.
No. How's not? Is in soft with who's
Light. Goals. X.
Cal reaped and load
Half. Four. No.
right.
Did. Go. Go.
On. This
T.
friend. Let's
Go.
right.
Use. In.
Right.
All.
So
Up.
Must.
Wait.
Zero.
Work on.
Not that.
Okay, my spirit friends. I hope you missed me. I'm back. I got a fresh cup.
Yep.
Well, it's not fresh, but it's hot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and I just spilled a little.
As
Here, enjoy.
here.
Night.
No. Good. Right.
Oh, yeah. Man, I've had this pain in my neck, not metaphorically, but literally all day.
Wow.
It's just a rough week of work. I think it's just from that. It's not a pain, like, per se. It's just more of an annoyance. Feels like I'm going to get a headache, but it just, like, won't come on. Been popping aspirin all day. Check chat, see how everyone's doing. Hope all you ladies and gents are doing well.
Good.
Having a good evening. It's been an interesting session so far. I've been having a good time. Now that I can't say I fully understand it, but I feel I have a lot better grasp on the EchoVox than I did just 4 days ago. And the entire EchoVox line, the DarkVox, the EchoVox System R, and I don't personally own version 1 and 2. I don't know if I can downgrade to test them out. I don't know if I can do that. I might have to like rebuy them. I don't know though. But I kind of like 3 just off of just right now at this moment of time and space versus the earlier ones, because it's essentially all the same stuff. It's just 3 gives you more bells and whistles. It seemingly.
Use.
Oh man, you know what? That reminds me. I was recording this for a long time. All right, well, I'm not going to do entire playback.
Doug.
I totally forgot about that. Let's check that out. See how long it can record for. I don't even know how long it can record for. Oh, you know what? It looks like only 33 seconds anyway, unless it's a different file. Oh, wait, no, there you go, 25 minutes.
All right, EchoVox recorded session. You can hear me, EchoVox session. Oh, it's going to be recording loud, all the sounds.
I don't know how this plays back. It's not very loud. See, this is the first time I ever actually played with this at all, the recording or playback. Live. I'd like to do stuff live just so it's a learning process and you get to see me learning like the unhairy ape I am. I'm just not a very hairy person. I don't know why. All right. I can't really hear it. I guess that's more for playback for maybe EVP. I really don't know. I got to play with that more. All right, let's go back. Recording off this time. All right, we're going to switch up, slow it down a little. Just random. And to create just a teeny bit more randomness, I'm going to eliminate 1 bank. I'd say C. It wasn't quite good as B. Oops, I keep hitting this on. All right, there we go. And maybe let's just do auto in a circle. Hello?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, reverb on? Oh. Yeah, reverb's on. All right, so we're slowing down. Kind of a pattern there. Do you guys like it slower or faster? Can you let me know?
Correct.
I think it is better, just slightly faster. just to get those phonetics in the air.
How is this?
I'm gonna turn all of them back on. What the heck? How? There is no wrong or right way to really do this. You just play with it, see what you get.
Long.
You guys like me playing with you? You guys and gals, preferably gals.
Yeah. So this. God.
When I'm done with these sessions, I don't wrap them up anymore. I don't quote unquote close any communication.
What?
Is that ill-advised?
God.
Should I be closing these sessions by verbally stating they're closed?
Man.
Yes.
Kid.
All right.
Must.
Must. That was interesting. Well, I haven't.
No.
No. Okay.
Leave.
That was a clear no, too. I haven't technically closed one of these down in well over a month, I think. So is that, has that left a gate open for a month straight?
Monday.
A gate to the spirit world?
When
What? I.
Oh.
You.
and
Me.
that
Rest.
has more or
Wow, give me a good clean angle without the
What?
camera. What did I do last time? Oh yeah, I did something like that. It's like super reflecty right now. Reflecty? Is that a word? Yeah, that works. Were you buried in a graveyard near here? What graveyard were you buried at?
Literally.
Oh, it sounded like it just said buried.
Why? Take it.
Do you know the name of the graveyard where you're buried at? Maybe I'll try to go and visit you or take you there or something.
Told.
Here, have some coffee. Muff? I'm listening.
See.
The other one's doing in chat. Hope all you ladies and gentlemen are having a good evening out there in chat land.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys are here with me, especially the ladies. You guys all rock. Seriously. You guys realize you are basically closer to me now than my family. I hope you realize that. I communicate with all of you way more. Even the ones that I don't communicate with as much, I still communicate more than my own family. So you guys are basically my... And even you, my spirit friends. Do I have any demon friends now? Hey, I've been watching Supernatural, and what's his name? Sammy. He hooked up with that demon chick to get the powers. She is gorgeous. I would not mind hooking up with a demon if she looked like her. Ooh, I don't even know her name. She's just like gorgeous brunette lady to me. Demon lady.
4.
I don't even know her name. I've seen a bunch of episodes. All I see is just like, I'm in love. That's all I see. I'm such a freak. I'm a hopeless romantic. Hey, spirits, I'm a hopeless romantic, aren't I? I'm just a cheesy, hopeless romantic. It's gonna die alone without cats. I'm gonna die alone with spirit boxes. Go ahead, tell me about that. Anything you want.
This discipline.
Yeah, I'm on I think episode 21. It's like the last or second to last of season 4. I'm just about to start season 5. I'm actually really into it. I'm kind of embarrassed to say, because I always thought of it as a girl show, just because it's like whatever, like model dudes, and it was on the WB. So I always thought it was just like more of a lady show, but it's a pretty violent show. I mean, it's definitely geared towards dudes as well. That was a weird clicking noise. What was that, guys? Oh, maybe that's when I put the coffee cup down. Yeah, I bet you that's what it was. Oh, really? He married her in real life? What a lucky dog. Son of a gun. She's off the market. I have to take down my shrine for her. No, I'm just kidding. I don't. I've known about this show for a long time, but I've only actually just started watching it like the last week or two. I kind of skipped through the first couple seasons.
Grave.
I wanted to get more into like the heaven and hell stuff and like Castiel and stuff like that. Because I kind of knew about Castiel going into it. I've always been fascinated with heaven and hell stories. So I love Constantine. It's such a good movie, in my opinion. I wish they made a sequel to that.
And what?
I just love that whole kind of gritty, dark, comic book feely heaven and hell story type deal. I don't know. It's awesome.
Yeah. So now.
Doppel only watched for the car.
What?
Sure.
Yeah.
I watch for whatever that girl's name is. The angel, the redhead angel, she's cute. The brunette's more my speed though. It doesn't matter hair color. No, the redhead's cute too. She was in Stargate Universe. I thought she was a cool character. She was part of the Lucian Alliance, if my memory serves. Yes, I'm a Stargate nerd. I love Stargate immensely. It probably is my favorite show over Doctor Who when it comes to sci-fi shows. Doctor Who and Stargate, anything Stargate, all of the shows. A lot of people didn't like Universe. I liked it. In fact, I liked it a lot. I think it was just a little too ahead of its time. It was a little too heady. They tried to make it more of like a deep thinker, and most of the Stargate world is not that much of a thing. It's more of like an action show. So I think that's why it didn't catch. But I thought it was a cool story, and I really wish they didn't have to wrap it up so quick because they just weren't getting ratings. I like, Netflix and YouTube is all I watch, really, for the most part. I have an Xbox 360, so I watch those on my on my Xbox besides my computer. But Xbox also has Xbox Media Player or whatever, Xbox Video, so I watch that some too. I have some ghost shows downloaded on that, like 99 cents a show or $1.99 or something. Guys, I'm enjoying this process. I find it fascinating. Now that I understand it, when I didn't understand it, I was just like, wow, so there's sounds coming out. Well, I don't get it. But now I actually understand the process of the phonetics being created, then recaptured, put through the process, whatever's going in the guts, coming back out through the speaker, captured again through the microphone, rinse and repeat with different sounds, and somehow this are imprinted on the EVP. So that makes me wonder if you're just getting a long line of just random phonetics, like kind of how we are now, does that mean that we're not capturing any EVP at all? Because that you would assume that EVP just comes and goes and it's not constant. I don't know. It's all experimental. I'm just figuring it out as I go. I will, Justin. I promise.
So
yeah, True Blood's all right. It's a little too, for me, like, it's a little too girlish. See, that's what I'm, True Blood is how I kind of imagine Supernatural to be. But don't get me wrong. I watched the first season. It wasn't bad. I think I watched part of the second one too. If you haven't heard of it, you may have heard of the American one, but there's a show called Being Human. And it sounds cheesy on paper. It's the story of a werewolf and a vampire and a ghost trying to become not become human, but trying to like live a normal human life. And it sounds cheesy on paper. And the English, the American version sucks. So if you've already seen the American version, I don't know if it would help, but I recommend checking out the British version first, the original version. It is really good. I really like Being Human, the UK version. I found out about it years ago. When it first came out, I watched it. I've been watching it since the get-go. The later seasons get weird, but the first 3 seasons are phenomenal. I love that show. I tried watching the first 2 episodes of the American version, and after already loving the British version, I found it just a dishonor to the actual real version, the original version. Being Human. It's a good show. They have both on Netflix. But I recommend the UK version over the American version. And I heard they were going to try to Americanize Doctor Who. They better not ever do that. I will renounce my citizenship the instant that happens. So America, you've been forewarned. If you want to keep me on this soil, you better not make an American Doctor Who. Ever.
Go.
being just
I really like the George on the UK Being Human. He's an awesome George. I just could not get into the American George. The other characters, they're all right. I could kind of get into them, but it's mainly the George character because George is my favorite, so I couldn't. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like them all, but King James? Is that just... Hey, Spirits, do you sit around and watch TV with me when I'm watching TV?
some
Okay, cool. What are your favorite shows that I watch? What would you want me to watch later?
Five.
Wolf?
Wait.
Wolf. Did I pick up a dog's EVP? Was that a dog that just tried to bark and got picked up and put through the phonetics? Do I? Puppy. Puppy. Hey, puppy, puppy. Are you here with me? I'll pet you. Put your head right here. I'll pet you. Aw, puppy. Can you say woof? Or bark? You want a puppy treat? I don't got any Scooby snacks. Here, give me my. Don't drink my coffee.
Wait. No.
L. Leave. Mark.
Yeah. Please.
Name.
So the
Brief.
pass.
Do you want me to say it in like a sentence or just say how it is?
Name.
I'll wait and see what you guys say. Because I could say it in a sentence.
A. Please.
Here, I'll just say it. Testicle receiver.
Bien.
That's what chat wanted me to say. For whatever reason, I think I missed it. Let me scroll up. Is there such thing as a testicle receiver? Whatever that is.
Mark.
Yeah, I'm reading everything you guys are saying, by the way. This whole time, I just missed whatever that is in reference to. I think Justin said something about it earlier. What is this? Is this like a personal inside joke or something? Incubus. No incubus. Only succubi. Only succubi. Beautiful succubi. That look like Jessica Alba. Steve showed a picture of what one that like I can't remember what he said, but he showed a picture of it and it looked like Jessica. In fact, it was Jessica Alba photoshopped with red skin. That's who I want for my succubus. Oh, that's awesome, Nikki. I just couldn't get into the American one mainly because George, just not George in my books. It's only because I saw the UK first. If I would have saw the American first, I probably would have thought the UK version was weird. Oh, it's something you got. Oh, I see. Okay, I get it now. Testicle receiver. Now I'm in the loop, and not the echo loop.
Friend.
A. Rape. The.
Whoa, what was that?
Yes.
Like 3-syllable ones definitely catch my attention. I didn't make out what it said though.
How's
Word. I. Yep.
So when we die, then we turn into a new form of energy, and we just traverse the planet forever. Is that what happens? Yes or no?
Oh.
Is that what they said, Nikki? I thought it was something along those lines, but I wasn't sure, and I didn't want to say it out loud. Interesting. I thought I heard something along those lines. It was just weird because it was 3-syllable, huh?
Was it? Close.
I'm going to go for a while more, guys. Like I said, I'm just going to see how I feel. I got that cup of coffee, and it just feels like warm right now. So whoever's around me, try to come over to this device and communicate if you're new. This device may capture your words, your voice. I can't hear you. For whatever reason, I'm not allowed to hear you. The rules that are in place with what we call physics and the laws of Mother Nature and how I was born and this meat sack that I was put into. I'm not able to see you or hear you without aid. So come over here and try to speak directly into this device. That's what we think you need to do. You may come over and speak to this black speaker, this black circle over here. I don't know. Honestly, I can't tell you. But if you are electrical or engineer minded and you know what a microphone is, the microphone is up here, guys. So come over and try to speak to where my finger's pointing. Whoa. Stay. Well, like I said, stay right after I said stay. I don't know though. Oh, it sounded like it just left. You guys find me comical. Am I entertainment?
Rate.
No, I heard that one. That was clear. See, look at that. The Wi-Fi is on and Bluetooth. There's false positives. Contaminated. Yeah, I'll just give him a moment. I can't do
Alright.
It's gonna fall. I can see it now. Oh, wait, what was the answer to that? I gotta scroll up. I was looking away. Oh no. Yeah, maybe. I hope not. It's an inside joke, my friends, with my online friends. To be honest, it's a little over my head because I wasn't there. So I can completely understand if it's over your guys' quote unquote head. Pissed? So you don't have to necessarily answer my questions. I don't want to make you feel like you have to perform. You can just freely speak your mind as well. I encourage that over me asking you things. I feel at points like I'm trying to put it. I mean, obviously this is a quote unquote show, but this is what. There it goes again. This is a research stream in my eyes. This is an instrumental transcommunication research stream. And I just experiment and try different things. In fact, here, it's been a little bit. Let's change these up a little. Let's vice versa. Let's swap up the sides that they were on. There, let's try that. So I'm just trying to give you different techniques and different ways that we can communicate with you guys. And if there's anyone new around me, I'll just try to quickly explain what this device, this machine, this tool is doing. It's putting random words out through this device over here off camera. I'm holding it in my hand. It's a JBL black speaker. Those sounds are then coming back through this device again and recaptured and put into new phonetics. And throughout this process, if I'm capturing you trying to communicate into this, those phonetics are somehow embedded or planted onto your voice. That's the theory, at least. One of them. It's interesting. So I've heard Eric a few times. Nah, too. On me. Trying not to be on camera. Face.
Back.
Man, I had it like perfect out one time. There that was.
Please. So.
So I just heard words. That's what we're trying to give you. We're trying to give you a bed of words that your voice can somehow be imprinted on. So if you understand me, come over here and try to tell me your name. Any names of any individuals around me. Try to tell me your name into this device. Yell it into it if you need to. Let's Let's try to get some more names, guys. We've heard Eric. Can we try to hear some more names, please?
One.
Black.
Sure.
Gold. Ed.
Very.
Ed.
Ben.
Yes.
Oh. Him. What? Oh.
Beep.
Oh. I.
Beep.
Here.
At the end of this session, I asked this earlier, but I just want to hear what you say again. At the end of the session, will you continue to be around me, or will you go on to some other location?
Is.
Yes.
Got. Not. Good.
First.
It's.
All.
Where is.
Fast. Black.
Farm. Eyes. Fine. Have.
So that kind of leads into my next question then. If you are around me, are there individuals that are considered spirit guardians that stay around me constantly?
As this. Or no. Like that.
Yeah. Like.
Check. That.
If there are spirit guardians around me, what are your names?
Fine. See. Two.
A. I.
Grave. Ring. Drug.
What about animal spirit guides? If I have an animal spirit guide, what kind of animal is it?
Yeah.
Fun.
Babe.
Again.
Act.
Best.
Fez?
This.
A. Been. Justice.
Justice. That was an interesting one. If spirit guides, spirit animals are real and are attached to me, what are my spirit animals or animal?
And.
In. In.
If.
Brother.
Music.
Tough. We.
Bit. Did
Và
I don't know if I heard any animal names.
cả
Cat. I just heard cat.
đất lên John
Of course.
Gus
I get the stuck up cat as my spirit guide. Why can't it be like a tiger or like a lion? Sound like it just said my name.
yeah
I'm listening.
um
What is your name?
great these
Rabbits.
George
name
F
Do you guys know? My friend Kirsten.
just
Do you know what her spirit animal, her spirit guide is?
bad
Black
now
I wasn't caught off guard that time.
Third
that
and
love
Dog
is no guess one
What about
Half.
Justin?
so
Can you tell us what Justin's spirit guide is?
let was with
there
in fine
Can the use of hallucinogenics
done
allow me to see you in physical form?
journey are sorry
Muff is please
click right
involved
So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the PSB7 without a speaker. Just going to be pumping the white noise. I'm not going to sweep it. I just want white noise coming out of it.
fine
And I'm going to add that to this sound loop.
team
yes
'Cause listen to that. I'm assuming that's what the PSP sounds like when PSP7 sounds like when the batteries are dead. It was like trying to fire up, just like what the hell? Okay, well I do not have extra AAA batteries, so I have to save that for another experiment. Dang. Well, wait, I might be able to combine. That's so funny. I've never heard the PSP7 sound like that.
please
That sounded sad.
club here back
you
say rat
Say rat?
oh
That was an interesting one. Whoa. It's like people clinking wine glasses together.
so
I don't think I clinked anything together, did I?
half lap that's
Yeah, I think I might be able to actually salvage batteries from these other ones. Hopefully. At least enough juice to let it run a little.
is
I brew.
Oh, that was a weird one. I brute. I brute.
Kappa.
Cap. I'm wearing a baseball cap. Wow, full juice bars.
Bang. Prob.
All right, so that's the white noise. It's up close to the microphone right now, but I'm gonna put it over by the EchoVox. Just add that white sound into near the microphone. See what happens. I'm adding a new sound into this element. It's theorized that you can also speak through this white noise. Maybe there are rules on the side that you are, and you can't freely talk to me, but maybe by us using these devices, we can utilize that. White noise may be one of these.
Here.
Now.
Sorry. Here.
So I've added white noise into this, guys. I don't know if it helps or hurts you.
Indeed.
Try to come over to here. Tell me about yourself. Man, I've heard enough white noise in the last 2 months to last a lifetime. And that's not counting the fan that I sleep on with.
Look up.
Is there, since you seem to be from another location and you can travel into this reality, is there a way for me to travel into your reality? If so, how?
First, let's do.
Go. So, I have to.
Can you guys hear that white noise at all?
Did
I can hear it coming through my speaker, so I know it's getting picked up on the microphone itself.
so
So it's going to be interesting. If it's annoying, let me know. I'll just experiment with it for a minute or two if it's annoying. But if it's not, I'll go on for just, I don't know, a little bit, see what it's like. Random idea, random experiment. Using the PSB7 as a white noise generator to feed into the EchoVox, Echo Loop system, trying to capture real-time EVP. Night, Doppel. Take care, man.
Biz. Get. And.
I.
Hey.
Are you able to tell? Can you see when us live humans are gonna die? Are you able to tell when we are gonna die?
That. I. No. Man. Oh. There.
Long.
No.
Mold.
Oh. Alright.
All right, this is just my weird curiosity. Do you watch me while I shower?
Good.
Then push back or like ease.
to about
That's like a test.
But
I don't even remember what the last question I asked. I hate when that happens. Oh, something. I think that was the one where if they can see when humans are gonna die. How about our aura? What we call our aura, our barrier of energy that can supposedly be seen by others. Can you see that in the form you're in? Can you see our auras?
problem.
yeah,
Shit, that was quick. What color is my aura?
No. So what? Whatever. Yeah.
no.
Anything in the name of science, Justin. Except I don't think if I get all into like trying to like do summoning or something like that, I could never do a sacrifice. I have to turn my head if I see a dead like roadkill. I just can't stand looking at dead stuff. And I could never harm anything like that. I'm such a peaceful person. I'm essentially a Buddhist, except for a couple fundamental rules. I'm not really religious at all. I just am more spiritual, and I don't like hurting things. I capture spiders and I take them outside, all girly like, in a cup with it like extended out because they do kind of creep me out. No offense, girls. I actually know girls that are less scared of spiders than me, so all wussy. There you go, wuss, like a big wuss.
Face.
This is cool. I'm wondering if this is working. This white noise generation.
Rest.
Rest. So I want to know about passing onto a light. Is there some sort of light that you can see right now? Some sort of big, bright, white light?
Love.
Oh. Good.
Where is that light located right now? In my room. Can you tell me where you see that light?
Red. Where?
What?
Red.
Or that.
No.
Or
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to be wrapping this up. So I want to thank you all, one and all. I'm going to wrap this up and then talk to people in chat and then just end my session and giving you my thoughts and all that stuff. But, before that, I want to say thank you to whoever has tried to communicate with me tonight. If we were unsuccessful, I apologize. I can't guarantee that anything came through at all. There's a very good chance this whole entire 2-month time that I haven't spoke to one spirit at all. But I can't say yes or no. All I do is do these sessions and present them for you and let you, the viewer, take away what you want from this. That was my goal from the beginning. That's, I think, how I'm going to stick. I'm pretty stubborn on certain ideologies, especially now that I'm older. I'm getting old and... Oh, that was a weird one. Hey, so thank you all. I want to say goodbye to you. If you want to say goodbye to me, go ahead and try to say goodbye to me. Or anybody else in chat, go ahead.
also
What?
came
He is
I'm gonna turn this off now.
no
So that white noise is still in there. No idea. Oh, my ghost box. My box from my ghost box. It's boxception. I wonder if that white noise slowly just fades. Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, there. It's just the normal white noise.
Susan.
Alright.
Okay, well, thank you one and all. Ending EchoVox 3.0 session. Whew, my ears need a break from that white noise from the echo. Okay. Number 53. Did I capture anything? I recorded a bunch of interesting words that came out of a device that I understand a lot more than I did just a few days ago. And DarkVox as well. I used DarkVox for a good chunk of time, at least an hour or two at the beginning of this. And they both are basically the same guts inside, basically kind of doing the same thing, using that, spitting the phonetics out, then recapturing the phonetics. And as those phonetics are in the air, there's the echo of them as well. And these other phonetics are combining. And I highly recommend searching on the YouTube search, EchoVox for Dummies. And it's a drawing. It says like 300 on the thumbnail. It's a drawing of him on his tablet or whatever, because he's just using this finger pencil drawing where he's just drawing out the schematics and stuff. And he's talking about a tablet at that time. It's a very interesting video. It's not long. I think it's like 20 minutes. If you're curious about EchoVox and you're not entirely sure, and if none of what I said makes sense at all, I highly recommend checking out that video, because it definitely changed my view on this. And it made me want to search for other videos. He has a couple others that are interesting, but that was the more in-depth to really explain what is going on throughout the whole process and what it's really all about, and what really makes it different than the normal application that is either a ghost box or spirit box. Generally, most of those are going to be word-based, to where there's some sort of word system in there, and all you're hearing is just those words coming out, and that's it. Nothing is being recorded. There's no sound loop. There's no combination of these words. Now, I can't say exactly what every single one of them are doing, but all I know is from my personal use, the EchoVox is completely different. I'm not saying if it's better or worse, because when it comes down to it, it's really in the ear of the beholder, and whatever people want to hear or whatever they're hearing, I can't dispute that, because their reality is different than mine. I see the world differently than they do. It's blatantly obvious, which I honestly don't think there is a right or wrong way. It really comes down to just personal preference and, you know, what you're doing around your own environment. I personally don't like to hurt people. I personally try not to lie, cheat, or steal. In fact, I try to live up to these high morals on a daily basis. And yeah, it can anger some people, and I try not to come off pompous, and I try to be very humble. But I think that's one of the things that this world is lacking in general. It's just integrity, and all around just using the golden rule as a rule of thumb. You know, treat others as you would like to be treated. And I think in the long run, that's why I've been successful, knock on quote unquote skull, of not having a ton of trolls and all that stuff, because I'm pretty straightforward. I tell you, I don't know what the hell's going on with this. I'm just going to be doing whatever I'm doing for this whatever amount of time, and let you decide what's going on. And so, like, I haven't experienced the wrath of the trolls as others have, because I can't tell you what the hell's going on. I don't know if that's the reason, because some people, a lot of people just think, like, can say there is something there, but they're just still not sure what that something is. It may be this and that. And I don't know. I don't think any of us are authorities on this, honestly. And if somebody does claim and speaks like they really know what's going on, and they love to get into the middle of a conversation and tell you exactly how they believe it is, and that they make it sound like that's the stamped truth, you got to be wary of these individuals, because I think it's the ones that just
blatantly admit that they don't know what the hell's going on, those are the ones that I think you should really trust the most, because those are the ones that I think the average person is going to be most similar to in their train of thought. Because honestly, I don't know what the heck is going on. You ask a dozen people and you're going to get probably a dozen different answers. And I think that's a good indication that whatever it is may just be out of our mental capability. Our brain just might not have that correct neural pathway, that correct wiring to be able to comprehend this other dimension that is probably around us. Like I said earlier in another stream, it's a real big story and it's pretty much over my head. But look into the different high physics theories, string theory, M theory, the possibility of the other dimensions around us. They now kind of lean towards, and I guess there's mathematical equations behind this, that there may be 10 realities, 10 dimensions on top of our known 4 dimensions. And we're familiar with 3D, and there's 4, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So possibly 6 other dimensions that are sitting on top of us right now, overlapped with us, that we're just currently lacking either the technology or the ability to detect or interact with. Now, this is all theoretical. I have no clue. At the end of the day, like I said, I just do my thing, present it to the world, and hopefully people will just take away what they want to take away from this. And yeah, hopefully it inspires people to research more and look into different ideas and different theories, because I'm pretty much open to every theory, every idea. Because like I said, there's no wrong or right way to experiment, especially in something like this. And that's why another reason I do like these apps is the experimentation adjustability, how you can literally tinker with a dozen different things. I hope we get similar apps. I think there may, hopefully, I'm surprised. I mean, I know there's, I guess, a couple similar apps. I'm not going to go into that. Anyway, long story short, that's Instrumental Transcommunication session number 53. Rusty Reporter. It's been an interesting one. It's been an interesting time here with all of you. Thank you all, each and every one of you. If you stuck around from the beginning to the end, thank you very much. High five. And if you've been following me from the very get-go, if you've been checking me out, if you're interacting with me or not, thank you. Because, I mean, there's tons of people I'm subscribed to that I never even talk to. I still watch them, and I find them interesting. I thank you guys, because I know that you're out there like me. So thank you, everyone in chat, all you beautiful ladies, all you awesome dudes, and future people. Past Rusty says thank you. And, one day, hopefully in my lifetime, I really hope that we may actually capture what the heck is going on with this stuff. I think it's very possible that there will be some device in our near future that may give us more information than we are able to ascertain at the moment. We are pretty limited. I mean, especially when it comes to the senses. I mean, we talk about 5 senses, but there's obviously way more than 5 senses. Here, hold on. I just got to do something really quick. I will keep exploring this crazy phenomenon, because I still can't say if something's here, but on the flip side, there is no way in hell I can say right now, at least, that something is absolutely not here, because I'm getting strange responses. Sometimes I'm getting repeated responses on different events using different modes or forms of word banks. The most current one is just Aubrey. I joke around. Aubrey's my spirit girlfriend, and I say spirit friend. And I'm being lighthearted in that sense. And I honestly don't, at this moment, believe I have a spirit girlfriend named Aubrey. It's just obviously a joke. But if there is an Aubrey here, or if there are female spirits that are lonely, maybe something like that will help to entice communication. I'm just doing whatever I can to liken and increase the odds of this actually working and being something tangible and not all in my thick skull. I do think, like I said, that we are gonna get there one day. As to what this is, I still can't tell you. It's gonna be my catchphrase, I think, for another 50 sessions. One day though, maybe there's a new Ghost Arc. Maybe there's something to it. Like I said on a past stream a night or two ago, it's gonna be dissected as soon as it comes out. If it's crap, we're gonna know that night. And other than that, thank you all for joining me. Keep adventuring. Keep asking questions. Rusty Reporter, signing out. Take care.